I wasn't expecting to come back. But I ended up having a little bit more time to myself. Figured that I could just do something that I would like enjoying, for content that is. Sorry, just changing up my volume settings for the stream. What? Did you just notice that I started streaming, so you wanna meow and be a nuisance? Yeah, that's what I thought. Silly cats. Yep, we're gonna rank. I'm gonna try to do all three. I'm gonna try to do 3 gens. 3 gens, maybe more if I truly get into it. But for now, I think we can just start with Gen 1, of course. A lot of people just have the biggest nostalgia for Gen 1, and I'm not any different. It was my first gen. I was sentient when it had been around. My generation of Pokemon, I would say, is Gen 2, because I was alive and had a Game Boy Color to play it on during that time. For Gen 1, my brother, who's older than me, let me play his blue version, because my brother's more of a red color kind of guy, and I've always been kind of more of a blue. I've changed more towards like blue greens and things like that, but he thought that red version was just better because it was red, and he gave me his blue version, which I'm pretty sure blue, between all 3 of the first gen ones, not including yellow. I also played yellow, and I loved yellow, but between the 3, red, blue, and green, which I don't think green came out in the US, I think blue was the superior one, just because it had both essentially what red and green had. I'm pretty sure that red and green were the first ones. I'm not fully like versed in Pokemon like lore in that sense and company history, but I'm pretty sure that red and green were the first ones, and they were very split. So like red had a bunch of Pokemon that green didn't have, and green didn't have a bunch, and green had a bunch that red didn't have. And then they put out blue, which was kind of like the combo of the two. But I don't think blue had all of the Pokemon catchable either. I could be wrong about that though, outside of glitches, of course. But yeah, I played blue all the way through, and that was probably one of my first games I ever actually completed. Not like I knew what I was truly doing back then. I think I was like pre-elementary school at that point, so like wasn't really in my full mindset yet. It's hard to say when people truly like grow into that thinking phase, you know. But let's get it started. Gen 1, we have all 151 here, and just right off the bat, for a start, all of the starters, in my opinion, are at least S tier. It's just kind of how it should be when it comes to a Pokemon tier list. This is definitely going to be completely subjective in my opinion only, but I feel like these 3 guys are what made Pokemon in particular, and the 3 starters are just they're hard to beat in terms of like design and creativity. This is all in the like mid 90s too, so like this is just nice. But starting with all 3, my first starter was Squirtle, but if I had to choose between all 3, I would actually put Bulbasaur at the top. Bulbasaur is my favorite. I really like his color design, his green color design, and then when he moves into Ivysaur, the blue, I like it even more. And speaking of Ivysaur, I'm also gonna put him up there with Bulbasaur. I really like the color design that he has going for him. The blues and the red flower is just amazing. I love Ivysaur. And he was also in Smash Brawl. I loved Smash Brawl, and I would pretty much always go Pokemon Trainer just to play as Ivysaur. And those two. I'm gonna put Squirtle above Charmander. I'm gonna have some opinions on Charmander in particular, his line. Same with Squirtle, but alright. Alright. Next one. Venusaur. Alright. Between the entire Bulbasaur line, I think Venusaur is the weakest of all of them. Definitely not gonna go underneath A, but Venusaur, he's just, I don't know what I feel about him. Is he like a toad? Is he a dinosaur? He's got the cat ears. The big flower on the top, I liked it more as a bulb. It has the stalk, which really messes me up. Venusaur, I love you. You're probably one of the most viable of the first starters in terms of like competitive. I don't really know that. I watch a guy named False Swipe Gaming every now and again to listen to that stuff. I just like his voice more than anything. But Venusaur, solid A. A Pokemon, I would say. Charmeleon, I would also put as an A. Out of all three, he is here as principal. Charmander, I am also putting here at S tier as a principal. If he wasn't a starter, I would probably put Charmander down to B. But actually, since he is a starter, I put him up at S. He has to be up there. That's just kind of how it has to be. But Charmeleon, A tier. I really like his color. His color from the somewhat orange to like the deeper red. Loved that color change. It definitely felt like he was getting more hot. Just fiery red. But time for a little bit more of a controversial opinion. Charizard, I'm gonna put him at a B tier. Charizard is so over just everything. He has wings, but he can't use them in the first game. He's not a dragon. He's a lizard with wings. His color palette changed to the more orange one, which probably is better in the long run for it all, but I just didn't like how it went the way it did. His design just kind of like, his arms look like they got shorter, his flame looked like it got weaker, he doesn't fly as another thing. It's just, again, like gosh, Charizard. Why is he so liked? Because he's a starter Pokemon. Like, that's just how it is. People like him because he's a starter. And I don't blame them. I like all of the starters generally. Even in the newer gens. But I digress. Charizard, B tier. That's probably gonna mess some people up. But it's just my opinion. That's a lot of people's favorite Pokemon. I think it's my brother's favorite Pokemon as well. But lame. Come on. Alright. Next one. Wartortle. Wartortle, I think, is just a... It's just a sad... It's just sad. I don't think I can put any of the starter line above anything below B, just because their designs mean up to something. And Wartortle, I think, out of all of the designs in particular was probably the weakest. I don't very much like Wartortle, and even though that Squirtle, I believe, was my first starter I ever played with Pokemon, Wartortle is just lame. His back sprite looked very strange. It's just like, just odd. Wartortle, solid B. Underneath Charizard. Charizard, I'm going to be putting in a higher B range. He's not this. It's not nearly as bad as it's gonna look. But Wartortle, B. He's staying there too. Next, we got Blastoise. Blastoise is just like that 90s cool. You know? I would put him underneath. No, I wouldn't. I would put him above Venusaur in terms of just design. The turtle with cannons on each shoulder. He's cool. He's just epitomally cool. I don't really like his color palette because it kept the weird, like, indigo-y color palette from Wartortle, and then took out like all of his little flares and just gave him cannons instead. It felt kind of like a odd movement in terms of evolution, I guess. How do these turn into ears? He doesn't even have ears in the beginning. He went from a squirrel tail to a little flipper tail. There's a lot of things that are just kind of wrong with Blastoise, it feels. But out of the starters, he's one of the cooler of the top, and I would say he is the coolest final evolution for me. Okay, let's get out of the more serious debating topics of Pokemon and then move on to the next bits. Caterpie, Metapod, and Butterfree. Caterpie, very standard bug, very just vanilla. He's a caterpillar with a red front. Metapod, I love Metapod just because of how he was introduced in like the anime and stuff. All he does is harden, but another thing is that if you start with a Caterpie, he will be able to attack. He does have like String Shot and Tackle, alongside Harden, of course. So I'm actually gonna put Metapod. Do I put him in A tier with these guys, or do I put him in B tier? Let's put him in A tier, because I remember when I was in high school, I had been playing Pokemon games on my emulator that I had first like made essentially myself and was like testing out. This is a long time ago, and my friend who had essentially taught me how to do it, I'm not going to say that I learned all this myself, we were battling our Pokemon on like the LAN for the emulator, which was just insane for us. Like being able to do it without a cartridge, just from our computers, so cool. And I remember that I had a team that was a meme team essentially that just had Metapods with maxed out stats, and the only moves they knew were one-hit KO moves, and in particular Sacred Fire from Ho-Oh. That's just a fun memory that I had of my Metapod team just being unbeatable. All level 100, all 999 statsed out, totally cheating. But that's just a good memory that I have of Metapod. Butterfree. That anime episode where Butterfree goes off to mate and die kills me every time. B for Butterfree. He's a very lovely color palette, but it feels like it takes from other Pokemon a little bit too much. This feels a little Venonat. What can you do at that point, you know? Next line, the Weedle to Beedrill. Weedle, I like better than Caterpie. They're both pretty similar in that sense. Kakuna, like, I have innate fear of wasps and bees. Pokemon doesn't give that to me. But Kakuna, for some reason, just makes me think of wasps and bees just because of how his eyes are so mean looking in comparison to Metapods. I'm just a chill dude kind of look, you know? So this is probably going to be our first D tier Pokemon. Kakuna, you remind me too much of insects that I don't like. Beedrill. I hate bees. I like Beedrill. He's cool. I'm gonna put Beedrill at an A tier above these guys because Beedrill, he is my least favorite insect in terms of like real life insects and things like that. But look at him. He has it. If he didn't have the two huge cannon needles on his hands, I would probably put him. I'd still probably put him on the same level as Butterfree just because he looks kind of cool. His wings aren't sharp. If his wings were sharp, I would be a lot less likey of him, but he's got very rounded wings. So it's kind of like, it doesn't actually give that feeling of fear that I normally get. I think it's like really angular shots really get me when it comes to like those kinds of insects. But Beedrill, solid A tier. I like him. Not viable at all, but whatever, you know? Okay, the Pidgey line. Pidgey, it's a bird. I'm gonna say that the same with Spearow. Spearow's a little bit cooler, but it's just a bird. Pidgeotto was cool in the anime, so I'll give that a B. And Pidgeot, I'm also gonna put at a B because he has a cool mane, and I'm really trying to feel that right now. The Pidgey line is like the epitome of birds, you know? I don't remember. Let me go look up. Let me look something up. I don't know if Pidgey is a flying type, you know? If it's a normal type, that's even worse. It's a normal flying. Ugh. Like, I would have rather it be a monotype, if I'm being honest. Like, just the entire line, it could have been much better. And, like, it's gonna go along the same line of Fearow. Fearow, I actually like probably the least out of all of them. He just looks like a bad Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh's cool. This guy, he's lame. Fearow, you're way more viable, I think, than Pidgeot is in terms of like the actual game, but why do you have to be so lame? The Rattata line, I like rats. It's very strange that they don't like... I feel like Rattata was impossible to find in some of the later gens, and I feel like that's like wrong. I feel like these Pokemon should just be everywhere. I know they made an Alolan form of this guy. I never played those games all the way through. I did watch people play it all the way through, so it's almost like I can vicariously say that I've played it. But, for the Rattata line, we're probably going to keep it in, like, the C tier. And Raticate, he's like a slightly better version of him. Though I don't like that he lost the purple. The purple was something that I dug about him. And then he just turned into like an actual rat. Or he turned into like a hamster, which was like, okay, I guess. But, alright, next two. Ekans and Arbok. Oh, it's weird because like, Ekans, I'm gonna put at D tier because he's just lame. Above Kakuna. I like that their names backwards spell snake, but like, he's too lame. And Arbok, I'm gonna put at a B tier because he's actually got what feels like a design and a purpose to him. Those it actually feels like they took time with Arbok, whereas Ekans, it just kind of felt like, let's make a rattlesnake and give it a necklace. Ah, Pikachu and Raichu. Just out of principle, we gotta put Pikachu at S tier. Pikachu, how can you not put them at S tier? They are the franchise. They made what Pokemon is today. See, here's another thing though. I'm gonna keep him at S tier, but if it was Fat Pikachu, it would be at double S tier. Fat Pikachu is at double S tier. Because we don't care about rectangular Pikachu as much. We love Pikachu. But where'd all his chunk go? Come on. Give him his chunk back. I know they brought it back for Sword and Shield, and he had like that Gigantamax form where he was big. Loved it. Keep it around. That is the superior design. Raichu, I'm going to put at a tier below Pikachu. I honestly do like Raichu's design a little bit more, but he loses a lot of color when he evolves. Like the red on Pikachu's cheeks are just what it needs. If Raichu still had those, I feel like it might have fixed what people didn't like about him. He's orange, which is, I think, a less appealing color to the masses. But if they kept his cheeks red and maybe made his ears here red as well to kind of like help with the idea of the charging, would have been so much cooler. So much cooler. Feels like a wasted opportunity with Raichu, but Raichu is still a very good, cute, rotund boy. He's got a little bit more chunk on him than Pikachu, so I like him a bit more. Okay. Out of that line, let's go to the next two. Sandshrew and Sandslash. Sandshrew, I actually like more than Sandslash. And I'm going to put Sandshrew at an A tier because he is a very, very cute boy. I believe they're supposed to be armadillos. He's very cute. I remember playing the Pokemon Stadium game with the Sandshrew, and that was just awesome. Very, very cute. Sandslash, it kind of just... He's also cute in his own way, and I've seen the ice variant of him, which is, in my opinion, way cooler. Pun intended as well. So much better in that form, but for now, I will put Sandslash at a B. I like Sandslash, not a whole lot more to it than that. Alright, let's go with the Nidoran lines. I like the Nidoqueen line a little bit more than the Nidoking line, but I think I like Nidoking more than I like Nidoqueen. I'm going to put Nidoqueen at a B tier, whereas I'm going to put Nidoking at an A tier. I'm going to put the first Nidoran up to the A tier. I'm going to put the first of the other one, the Nidoqueen, in the B tier. Between the two here, I do like Nidorina more, just because I like the roundness of it, and that it actually is on two legs already. Whereas if Nidorino had a little bit more going with like his horn, because I know that's what he's based for, is that his horn is like what's really a problem. But he's still on 4 legs, and it kind of just like loses it for me. It's a shame, to be honest, but even more than that, I think I'm gonna put Nidorina down, and I'm gonna put Nidorino down to C, because it really does put me off real bad in that sense. I like the more ratty nature of Nidoran girl compared to Nidoran boy, just because it's supposed to be like a rabbit of some sort, I think, or hare, but he's just I don't know, it's kind of a toss-up between the two in terms of like which ones I like more, but I do like these guys more than all of these guys, I would say. So, on to the next. Clefairy and Clefable. Clefairy, I think I like less than Clefable. I like the wings that Clefable has. So I'm gonna put Clefairy at that rank. But I'm also gonna put Clefable at that rank as well. And just keep them next to each other. Clefable's a little bit better than Clefairy. It's kind of a toss-up between the two. Vulpix and Ninetales, however, I think Vulpix is an easy S tier. And I think Ninetales is furry bait. But still really, really good. I like Ninetales' design. It feels very elegant. I'll probably put him... Yeah, I'll probably put him as high as A as possible at this point. Very, very good design. Love Ninetales. Definitely weird furry coated. At least at this point now. Jigglypuff? That's going up there with the double S tier. Jigglypuff. Love Jigglypuff as just like a design. I like that puff balloon. Smash Bros, of course. Just lovely. I like the character they gave for it for the anime. They should have kept him around. I liked how sassy they were. Wonderful. I just love the character they made with Jigglypuff. Very, very good. One of the best in Gen 1. Easily. Wigglytuff. I think it's a large step down from Jigglypuff, but anything that's a step down from SS is a pretty big jump, I would feel. Because these are pretty far apart in my head, to be honest. And Wigglytuff, I'm going to put it A tier. It keeps a lot of the similar designs, but it gets rid of a lot of the rotundness that I like about Jigglypuff. Like, tough, puff. Puff all the way. Okay, got Zubat and Golbat. Honestly, Zubat, a lot of people hate Zubat, but I think his color palette and design is wonderful. The blue and the purple, love it. I think Zubat is better than Golbat in terms of design and what I like more. Obviously, as something that's just better. But I'm going to put Golbat in the B tier. Still, the bat tier. Just because I think... I don't know. It just kind of felt like it didn't have to have its mouth open at all times. I'm pretty sure Zubat has the ability to close its mouth, but I don't know if Golbat does. Let me look that up. Does Golbat have a closed mouth form? Oh no, I don't like that at all. Yeah, that's awful. Ooh, what is this? What in the heck? So that's a lot. Ugh. Yeah, closed mouth Golbat is not something I want to look up ever again. No, thank you. That is horrendous. Let's keep him in that tier for sure. Yeah, you're in B tier. In fact, closed mouth Golbat gives me a C tier. God, that is awful. Oddish line. We got Oddish, Gloom, and Vileplume. I like the names very much. Oddish, I'm not a huge fan of. It's very cute, but we're going to keep him in the C tier. Out of the two here, I actually think I like Gloom more, because it feels like it has more personality. And I'll put Gloom at B, and Vileplume It's just a when you see him in like Pokemon Stadium, it's just a flower with a dude underneath. So I'll put Vileplume. I might put him at D tier, to be honest. Yeah, that's where I'm gonna put him. Vileplume, you're better than Ekans and Kakuna, but you're just lame. I don't like you very much. Paris and Parasect, these Pokemon make me very upset in terms of like a lore variant of it. Paris is cute. Parasect is horrifying. It's very sad if you like think about it too much. Like, which part is the Pokemon in particular? But yeah, Parasect. I'm not sure if it's the best bug Pokemon from Gen 1 in particular. Is it even a bug Pokemon? Is Parasect a bug Pokemon? Yes, it's bug grass. Really, grass. I'm surprised it's not poison. Hence the mushroom. Whatever. I guess that's just how it is. Alright, well, if that's that, we can go with the next variant here. Venonat and Venomoth. Venonat, like I was saying before, very much just a Butterfree. It kind of feels like it's in the same spot. I don't like Venomoth very much. Venomoth, I don't like the very, very, like, washed out purple on him. I feel it just doesn't feel good in my stomach to, like, look at Venomoth as it does, like, Venonat in particular. The color palette just feels lame. It's too chrysalis feeling, like it's not done developing its color, I guess. And I know that's just the design. It's too washed for me, I guess, in terms of color. Diglett and Dugtrio. I dislike Dugtrio so much as just a concept. It is so lazy. I hate it. We're gonna do the same thing with Magneton. It's so lame to just put three things together and say that that's a new Pokemon. It's lame. I can't think of anything else about it other than not liking what it is. Though their single variants I love quite a bit. I love Diglett, and I would put him up there with the starters and those two. Very, very lovely. I just like the little worm that pops up off the ground. I like the concept that it's just a huge, bulky dude underneath there as well. That is so funny. It's a great design. These two, I hate it. I just don't like it when they do crap like that. It just feels like you made 151, but did you really at that point? Yeah. Leaves a bad taste in my mouth to have, like, Pokemon like this. Magnezone, from I forget which gen that comes in, like, actually turns it into a new Pokemon, which I'm totally with. Very good. Alright. Meowth and Persian. Persian's pretty elegant. I'll put him at a C. Meowth, just for the anime alone, would put them at least a B. But they're not gonna get much better than that, I think. Because its design is okay. I'm not a huge fan of it. The coin, I never really saw it as a coin. I always saw it as like a potato chip, which I thought was dumb for a cat to have on their forehead. The tail is very strange to me. I liked that he talked in a weird accent like this. Hey, Burst. It's just not for me. Like, I'm not a Meowth stan. And they've had like a couple of different variants after. He had a Mega where he turns really long, which I'm super into. I like the long variant of him. But just base stuff, just not hitting right with me. Psyduck and Golduck. I love Psyduck. Psyduck, I think I'm gonna put above Pikachu in that sense. And I love the color on Golduck, but I'm not gonna put him at the same level as Psyduck. I love that Psyduck is so derpy. This like time period of things like 90s, I love 90s dumb characters. Big Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy, like it's like my jam. Yeah, Psyduck is very cute. I like the voice acting that they did with it. Psyduck. Like it's a great design of duck that gets too confused that it hurts everyone around it. He uses 5% of his brain every now and again, and it is too much for the world. Mankey and Primeape are the next two. Mankey's cute. Primeape is not. Though I don't really see them as much different in between the two. I will put Mankey at a C tier or a B tier because, hey Toner, because when I first played Pokemon Blue, Blossom is very cute as well, yes. When I played Pokemon Blue, I was unable to beat Brock even though I had Squirtle. I just didn't understand like super effectiveness or anything, but I got a Mankey that had something that was super effective in its first slot, and it didn't have Scratch for some reason. So it was able to defeat Brock when I was like 3 or 4 years old. I was struggling with this game. Like there's not a whole lot I could do about it. And that got me to beat Brock in particular, and then I got rid of Mankey immediately. I don't know why. I was very young, but I did. I think there might have been a trade that you could do in the town for a Mankey. That was probably it. But yeah, I think that was it, because it gives you like an Onyx, I believe, for it. And Primeape, he's just a mad Mankey. I wish he was like in the Pokemon Stadium variants of him, he's just like a little ball that jumps around a lot. Not a huge fan. Growlithe and Arcanine. This one might be a little bit of a harsh opinion, but Growlithe, in my opinion, is just, I like him better. I like cuter Pokemon more than I do like cool Pokemon, I guess, if you want to call them that. But Growlithe, I'm gonna put at an A tier. Arcanine, he's cool because he gets extreme speed, but his design with the stripes, how he looked in Pokemon Blue really got me too. He looked very like, not dog anymore. It's supposed to be a dog, right? Like that's a dog. That's something else. That's like the precursor for Entei. So like, I'm gonna go with C tier for Arcanine. That might mess people up, but that's where I'm going. Okay, we're gonna go with the Poliwag line. I remember one episode of the Pokemon TV show where they were doing like a quiz and they're like, which Pokemon is this? And they just showed like the swirl, and it was like, it was a Poliwrath in a mirror. And I was like, gosh, no! Other than that though, I don't have a whole lot of like feelings toward it. They're supposed to be frogs or something, I think. Like I can kind of see it with Poliwhirl. Poliwrath is just, it is so, like the more I look at it, the less I like Poliwrath, because they get rid of his cute, because these two are cute because of the eyes. And this one, he's just like, I'm done. I'm getting legs, and I'm going. And I'm gonna punch something. C tier for Poliwrath. Poliwhirl. It's hard because I think I might like Poliwhirl more than I like Poliwag, because Poliwag without any arms just feels weird to me. He still has legs too, so it's kind of like the lips definitely, the kissy lips definitely do. Definitely do. We do get more frog Pokemon later in this line in particular. You get Politoed, which in my opinion, they should have just done it like that, but the Politoed design is way off from Poliwrath, so it's like, I don't actually know how it went from like a weird, like kind of washed out blue to a vibrant green and yellow, but I digress on that. These all still feel like tadpoles in that case, I guess. I think I might like Poliwhirl more, so I will put him in an A tier, and I'm gonna keep Poliwag just underneath him. The only reason why I keep him just underneath him, he's above Charizard, I feel that, but is the lips. He's got the little kissy lips. If he didn't have the kissy lips, he would probably be even lower than B tier. The kissy lips really bring it together, and the fact that he's like cross-eyed usually. Poliwhirl, I like his eyes. He's a very like derpy variant of the three. He's very like blank face of all of them. I'm currently trying to scale it in a way like right to left or left to right, so like this Ninetales I would say is better than Golduck and everyone underneath. So it's like a scale that goes like that. The second line is underneath the first line in that way. And with that, I can put Sandslash above these two. I do like Sandslash a little bit more. But let's go on to the next one. The Abra line. The Abra, I like Abra a lot. I actually would put Abra at a A tier, a high A tier even. Probably, I would say, above Metapod. I like him. I think that's a better cat than Meowth, even though it's probably not actually supposed to be a cat. I'm not sure. But who knows? Kadabra, I don't like nearly as much. He's kind of whatever. I'm gonna put him around here. I like the spoon variant. That was just goofy. I didn't understand the spoon thing when I was a kid until like I saw those like fake mediums and psychics like actually bending them and stuff, but they're just using like thumb tricks. But Alakazam is an S tier. Alakazam with that huge mustache, the double spoon. Why do you need two spoons? I love it. Alakazam just really bringing it in. Like, yeah, of course. Like, how would you know that he's psychic unless he had the spoon? And he's only half power right there, so I can't deal with it. Abra's so strong that you just know that he's psychic. He's not looking at you. He's got the Brock eyes. Also, Abra, I'm pretty sure you can teach things like Mega Kick, which is just hilarious to think of, like an Abra teleporting behind you and then giving you a kick that just knocks you out like that. Just love that. Abra, very, very cute. Alakazam, that's one of the goats right there. And he's strong in general. We're not really going off of like their actual power usually, unless it's like a part of their design. Alakazam is just cool. I like him. Machop is a dude. It's just a dude. Machoke is a funny name. I like the belt. The belt really brings him in. Like the muscles like breaking out of his skin. A lot better design than Machop just being a friggin' little dude. I feel weird just about Machop in general because it's a child. It is just a child that you are telling to fight things. he has a tail, I guess, right? Does Machop have a tail? Is that like... Is that what, like, changes him up? Well, let me look that up. Does Machop have a tail? Images? He does. He does just have a tail, which is a choice. But, yeah, Machop, that's just a child. I don't like throwing children into war situations, I guess. D tier. Almost F tier, to be honest. Is there anything on here that I can think of that's just perfectly F tier? Let's see. F tier. I would put Mr. Mime in F tier if he didn't have a role in the anime that kind of humanized him a little bit. It's hard to say. I don't think there's actually a Pokemon here that I would put in F tier in particular. Grimer, for sure. Definitely Grimer. He is the pre-evolution of Muck, but Muck is much better, I think, and Grimer is weird. He's just sludge with eyes and arms, like... It's not like Muck, where you can spell his name backwards and it's funny. Grimer, I think, is the worst Pokemon in Gen 1, in terms of just lame. I don't like him. It's just... why do you even put him in? For Muck. Muck can be by himself. That's how I feel. Because Grimer is nothing to me. It's just... why even? Why even? Okay, enough of that. Back to the Machop line. I like Machamp. I like the forearm concept. I don't know if they stole that from anything, or if that's like a completely unique design that other people took from. Machamp is a good design, and I'm going to put him in the highest level of C tier. That's where he's going to stay, because I'm not a huge fan of him. His weird lips really mess me up. Like, why did you have to change his lips? That seems like an odd decision. Maybe some weird Japanese racial decision, because they do that a lot. Who knows? Who knows? But Machoke at the top of that line, Machamp in the middle, and Machop just being at the absolute lowest. I'll put him... No, he's definitely the worst out of all of those. I just don't like Machop because he's just a child. Just a child. Alright. Bellsprout line. Bellsprout. Don't put your thingy in there, but I do like his design in the sense of, like, it's kind of unique that it's just like this little bell plant that's super dumb, that's just kind of like its own... It's not a Venus flytrap, but it's kind of in that area. It's supposed to be like that really stinky plant, right? That, like, smells like corpses. I know this one is supposed to be that, I think. Weepinbell? Yeah, exactly. Weepinbell, much better. I'm gonna put him in an A tier, right underneath the... underneath that. Weepinbell, he's so goofy. He's a very cute guy. I like the colors that they kept around with him. It feels like it's an actual, like, progression between the two. I'll put Bellsprout pretty solidly in the middle of B tier. Victory Bell, I'm gonna have to put also an A tier. This is more of a personal thing, though, because when I had first played Pokemon Blue, I was very young, and I was very, like, upsettable when things didn't go right. I saved between every battle between the Elite Four, whereas I was very underleveled still. just looking back on it now. And I was very unprepared. My Pokemon were not very viable. But I was going up against Drake, which is the one right before you go up against the champion. And all of my Pokemon were gone. And I had the strategy back then, because I knew for some reason that back then, Pokemon, they tried their best if the levels were super far apart to not use attack moves. I had a level 16 Victory Bell on my team of like, well, level 70, or not even 70, level 62 Blastoise was like my top, and then a level something else of just like a bunch of other. I had a Haunter. It was a really whack team, especially for Gen 1 back then. But I had a level 16 Victory Bell, and it swept Drake's team completely because none of the Pokemon that he put out would attack it. I believe it's because it was so low of level in comparison, but I was just able to use a move. I'm pretty sure it was Poison Powder. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I definitely had Poison Powder, and that's how I beat Drake the first time I ever went up against the Elite Four like that. And it was just, it was a strat that like 4 or 5-year-old me had at the time that worked. I didn't beat the champion, but I wasn't expecting to have to go up against another guy after Drake. Like, that was just how it all was. But Victory Bell, he leveled up like 6 or 7 times that match, and he cemented himself as like a core memory for Pokemon, in particular with me. Like, he swept Drake all by himself. All my other Pokemon were either done or just about to be. He was the one guy that's like, I'll take them all on, just stay back and heal. And he did it. So A tier for him, just off of principle like that. Next one, we got Tentacool and Tentacruel. Tentacool, he ain't that cool. I'm gonna put him at C tier. He's just a little squid dude with arms. Very, very wrong feeling. I've been and lived in Japan for a couple years. I lived up in Hokkaido, and this is too many things that are like this. Tentacruel, way better of a design than Pokemon in my opinion. Not by way much, but I would say a higher B tier in between. And even better than Meowth. I like their color designs. The blue and the reds are some of my favorite, like, that's what I go to for when I'm making like my own like banners and like customizing my own colors in games and stuff. I'm generally doing like a nice teal with a cool red. They get pretty close to that kind of thing. I like their designs a bit. They're annoying Pokemon, of course, like Zubat and Golbat. It's because they're like the main ones you see when you're using Surf. But they're cool. I like them. Tentacruel can really mess you up too, so like, there's that. Alright, the Geodude line. How do I feel about Geodude in particular? I think it's hilariously dumb that I put him at the same level as Machoke. That is where I feel between Geodude, and it only goes downhill from there for both of them. Graveler, I'm probably going to put at a D tier because it doesn't feel like an actual... I don't know what this design is. He's holding himself while also having arms out. He's still a ball. Like, what? Graveler's not even gravel. He's a Geodude. Like, that's cool. He's Geo and he's a dude. Graveler, I don't even remember if I've seen like Graveler in the anime. What does he even say? Graveler. Lame. Lame. Stop it. Golem, I like him a little bit better. It kind of... There's like a lot of Pokemon in the first gen in particular where they just give them like dinosaur or lizard faces after a bit. It doesn't... I'm not entirely sure why they do that, but it's what happens a lot. But Golem, I like better than Graveler. Not by much, but I'm gonna put him in the Machamp range. I think it's all gonna kind of come around. I watch False Swipe Gaming a bit, and I know that Golem was like one of the best Pokemon right next to Rhydon in that sense. That doesn't matter to me. Golem is... It was also a Pokemon that I didn't really get in terms of like actually having him, because you had to trade to get Golem, I'm pretty sure. Like, you can't just level up your Graveler to get Golem. Which is not great. I'm not a huge fan of that. A lot of those Pokemon I was not a huge fan of. Obviously, there's the one exception for this gen that everyone pretty much gets, which we will get to. Ponyta and Rapidash. I think that these designs are cool. It feels very early design for Pokemon, and I think that Ponyta is a better design than Rapidash. Rapidash, if they kept like the cutesy eyes and maybe made it like a different color mane. I think there is a different like colored Rapidash in the different gen. Yeah, there is. You get like the psychic one now, which is so much better. Thinking about that, so much better. Like those Pokemon are so good in terms of design. Love them. These guys, I think it might even be the same with them. Rapidash, they made way too like angular and serious looking. I think they were going for elegant, and it kind of felt like it was off. I'm not going to take them out of different tiers from each other, but I think I'm going to put them near the bottom of B. So there is a significant like bit between them in that sense, I guess. Slowpoke, that's an S tier. He gets put up near Psyduck. Slowpoke, I love Slowpoke just as a phenomenon in life. Slowpoke is just like my spirit animal. If he was real, I would probably be one of him. Like he's a Slowpoke. He still uses Internet Explorer. Hey, guys, did you hear? We're gonna go and raid the Capitol at January 6th. Like that's him. That's the boy right there. Slowbro. I remember in the anime, like Slowbro, the way that they made him evolve was to use a shelter on the tail. Like that's how the lore of it works, and for some reason in the day that really turned me off of Slowbro. Like, why? Like how do I get Slowbro in my actual game? I would like get a Shelder and I'd get a Slowpoke and I'd put him in the same party and be like, come on, bite his tail. Like, it doesn't make sense, obviously, but like it's I got brainwashed by that Pokemon episode. It was very like I got messed up. So just for that, I'm gonna put Slowbro in a high B tier. Above Tentacruel. He's still got the derp going. That's like his whole thing, is that he's not the smartest. But he's just not as good. He's not chilling nearly as much either. And like, if we get to Gen 2 today, which I think we're gonna, I'll talk plenty about Slowking in particular. But alright, next one, Magnemite. Magneton and Dugtrio I hate. I hate the concept of just tripling up on things and making it a new Pokemon. I don't get it. Magnemite as by itself though, I really do like its design. I think it's probably the closest to the next level of S tier in between. I like just the little bolts. I like that it's got the one eye. It feel like in the anime, I remember They each have like their own personality too, like it can squint. It's a cute Pokemon. I like Magnemite. Magneton can go under a bridge, and Magnemite can be in my party. I like him. He's a cutie. Farfetch'd. People love Farfetch'd. I think his design's a little far-fetched. I think he's not bad. They switched him up in Sword and Shield. They gave him like a literal sword and a literal shield with like Surfetched, which was a design choice. I think it does help him, but like, I don't know. Farfetch'd is just kind of lame. No one knew what this was either back in the day. They were just like, why is he holding like a moldy stick? Like, it's an onion, obviously now, but like, I don't know. I'm gonna keep him like near the other birds, probably above the other ones over here, just because he's at like, he's got more personality. And the reason why these birds are here is because they don't have much personality. We'll keep it at that. Doduo and Dugtrio, or not Dugtrio, Doduo and, oh man, what is Dodrio? Right. Okay. Almost lost it. I almost thought I didn't remember a Pokemon name from first gen. That would have been tragic. But Doduo, he's cool. I'm not going to take him above C tier like that, but I am going to put Dodrio at the lowest B tier. I think giving them way more personalities between the heads, and also like this little bit of plume right here, really does give them a little bit more personality. I like how quick it makes it look, because that's like their whole shtick, is that they're quick in game too. Doduo, it's an ostrich with two heads, I think. Like, it's too derpy, I think. I think this is a moment where, like, they're two, if there's two of them, only one of them really needs to be derpy. You know? That's just lame between the two. But Dodrio, I like it. I like how much personality he gets. Alright. On to the next. Alright. We have Seal and Dugong. This is just a seal. Same with Dugong in a sense. I think Dugong is like meant to be like a mermaid in a sense. Like it's supposed to be like an emulation of that with the tail and stuff. But it's a dog mermaid. I like it. He will go up to a B underneath Tentacruel and them. But Dugong will be there. Seal just doesn't feel right. Seal, there's something wrong with this design. I think there's too many points on it. Maybe the tusk going upwards makes me like, ugh, this is lame. Like there's a tusk upwards as well as a horn going upwards. I'm not a fan. I'm gonna put him at the same level as Tentacool in that sense. Just kind of, I don't like him. Muck, I like Muck. I crap on Grimer a lot here because it feels like he's so useless and is pretty lame design. I don't know what he's supposed to be. Like, what is Grimer in terms of like, like Pokédex? What is Grimer? Bulbapedia? Let's go with the blue variant. Appears in filthy areas, thrives by sucking up polluted sludge that is pumped out of factories. I don't know. It's just sludge. Like, it doesn't make sense as to where it comes from or anything. Is it like pollution that just turns into it? Alolan Grimer kind of gets a little better just because he gets like a beard, but other than that, like Grimer's lame. Muck, he's big. He had a lot more personality in the anime, in my opinion, just because he's a big thing, but he looks like he has like the capability of having emotions in comparison. Like, he's not Like, Grimer looks like there's nothing there. Muck kind of seems like he can vibe with you a little. He's not going to be much better, but I'm going to put him in... we'll put him at low B. That's probably a good spot for Muck. Alright, next one, Shelder. Shelder and Cloyster. Shelder, I like. If he didn't have the tongue, I think he... it's hard to say. Is there pictures of him without the tongue? Hey, Kingston, how's it going? Let's look at Shelder, no tongue. What does he look like? I don't see Shelder without a tongue, so he's just not a thing. If he didn't have the tongue, I think it would be a lot different, but I think the tongue actually makes it lesser for me. Like, if he just had the eyes, I think I would actually like him a lot more, and I would think it would be a lot more cute, but that doesn't actually detract him too much. Shelder will go into a mid-tier B. I still like him. Apparently you can use him to make a slow pro. But that's a good spot. Cloyster's a vagina. There's no doubt about that. That's just what it is. Like, it's a spiky poon. Like, that's hilarious. I think that's awesome. I'm gonna put him in a very high A tier. In between the two. I think that's good. Yeah. Cloyster, that, just by principle, hilarious. Ghastly. I think Ghastly's a cool Pokemon. It's supposed to be a ghost, kind of. It's a ghast. I mean, he probably found it, you know? He looked long enough and he found what he was looking for. But Ghastly, I like Ghastly. There's a lot more tongue in these Pokemon, and then their sprites, like, go along. Ghastly, I'm gonna put at a cool, lower B tier. I think Haunter is a cool Pokemon. This one's gonna be tough because this line is some of people's favorite line in terms of Pokemon, and I don't have a really, really strong opinion on the Ghastly line in particular. I think that Haunter is a improvement on Ghastly, but not by much. I will put him right here. Gengar does not make sense in between. Hey, Rayquaza. And he doesn't make sense in between these two to me, to be honest. Other than the color palette, it doesn't really compute with me. Outside of that, in terms of like the logic of it all, I think his design's good. I will put him above Clefable because I feel like I remember there being lore that he is just a shadow or a ghost of one of these two. Gengar is one of the best Pokemon and has been since he first came out, but I didn't have a whole lot of opinion on him because you have to trade to get him, and that isn't something that was available for everyone, especially back then. Like, when I was 4 years old, who's gonna trade with me, you know? But like, Gengar's a good design. I'm not going to, like, put that down. I am gonna say that it doesn't make sense how it progresses into him, I guess. That's all. Onix is the next Pokemon. Onix is just a snake that's rocks, but he's so rad. If I didn't watch the anime at all, I think Onix would be pretty low in that sense. But Onix just being a powerhouse of a Pokemon, except when he gets hit by Sprinkler System, I guess, is awesome. I like that a lot. He's so big. I'm going to put him in B for big. And I'm going to put him the same, a little bit under Arbok. because they're both essentially snakes in that sense. It's just that's all. Like, he's just big. I really like big things as well. Like, I don't get why Brock didn't just use him more. Apparently he's weak, but like, who knows? Onyx is a good boy. I'm gonna keep him in like the mid B level. I have B tier being very like the mid level, because Charizard is where I feel like anything above Charizard at this point, I feel like is deserving of it being at that level. Charizard is like, in the beginning I already said it, but Charizard I feel like is way overblown as a Pokemon. So I've always seen him as just like a high middle. So I always see him as like a good like middle point to look above and below in terms of like a tier. I'm not gonna say that he's a bad Pokemon or anything either. Like, it's Charizard. Okay, Drowsy and Hypno. I've seen some media of these two that I'm not proud of. And out of the two, I like Drowsy more. Just because he's a big tunk boy, and he had a fun minigame from the first Pokemon Stadium, where you're supposed to like hit a pendulum in the middle with hypnosis. That was a fun minigame. I'm actually gonna put him pretty high up too. I'm gonna put him let's say Drowsy. It's right there next to Sandshrew and Raichu. Very good. I'm happy with that. Yeah, his pants, love it. It's like he's the dipped cone from when Patrick jumped into the pool. Hypno, this dude's a creep. That's all. It's just a dude with animal ears that's a creep. Like this guy's yeah, you're probably not that bad, but like, I have a lot of weird media on Hypno in particular that I'm not super happy about. Okay. Now we can get to things that are gonna be kind of inconsistent with me. Krabby is a crab. But he's a cool crab, so I'm gonna put him in B. Kingler? He's a bigger Krabby, and I'm gonna put him near the cloister. There we go. Yeah, that's good. Crabhammer, loved the character development with Krabby from the Pokemon anime. Actually, we're gonna put him down here, actually. Krabby's a crab. Krabby's a crab. I gotta be consistent here. Krabby is a crab. There's not a whole lot going for him here. Kingler's a cooler crab. He actually has, like, sentience, it feels. So that's why I'm gonna put him way higher. Krabby is a crab. He shoots bubbles sometimes. There's not a whole lot going on in his head either, so I'm okay with that. Even though I like Kingler a lot more, I'm okay with putting Krabby in D tier, because all of these tier lists so far are gonna be like pretty self-contained in that sense. Like, I'm gonna do Gen 1, then I'm gonna do Gen 2. Like, I think Gen 2 will be my last one before I sign out, but maybe Gen 3, but this is fine. This is going to be a self-contained tier list. They're not going to really interact with each other, I don't think. I might do all of them, but we will see. For now, Voltorb and Electrode. You know, I'm in the same boat as those two, but Electrode I'm going to put at the lowest of C tier, and I'm gonna put Voltorb at the highest of D tier, I think. Just because he's angry. If he was just like a blank slate, like Grimer, if he had like blank eyes like that, he would definitely be F tier. But he actually looks like he's upset and ready to explode, which is the whole shtick. And then there's Electrode, who's supposed to be like the same in that sense, but like he's more sassy. He's just a sassier level of explosion. So that puts him up, but these two are definitely on the lower end for me. Execute, it starts off as multiple things. So I am okay with Execute. I'm not really keen on his design in particular, though. And he's just kind of eggs. And they're all kind of angry except for the middle one. And there's also a broken one. Like, there's always a broken one. I will put him above Nidorino. Like, he's fine. He can learn psychic moves as an egg, which is odd. Executor? I'm not gonna let his future forms, which are hilariously better than this one, actually dictate anything. I think this design is an upgrade from Execute. He is cool. He's a palm tree. I like palm trees. He's got good. He's a good Pokemon as well, just like viability wise. He's just kind of a chunk, you know. I feel weird that he doesn't have arms and he has so many heads. Why does he need feet at that point? But I digress. His super tall form, like his Alolan form, that's an S tier Pokemon just because he's just funny. Like the really, really tall one. That's hilarious. These are eggs, and I'm guessing these are not eggs, which is also strange. But like, we're gonna put him... We'll put him above Tentacruel. We'll put him right here. That feels good. Cubone and Marowak. Cubone, if I'm just going by design, it's an okay Pokemon. It kind of feels like it's a Charmander with a helmet and a bone at that point. Like, you can kind of feel it, or a Sandshrew even. Like, it's pretty whatever. Just knowing the lore of Cubone and Marowak, it's really hard not to put them like way higher. Because Cubone, when you think about it as a lore Pokemon, it's really tragic and cute in that sense. You don't look at him when you don't think of the lore as cute or anything. He's just like a thing with a helmet with a bone, but it makes sense. It's his mom's skull. The Marowak problem really weirds me out though, because I don't know what Marowak even is. Is it the mom? Does the mom always essentially come from extreme trauma? I don't know. That's that though. Cubone is cute, and like, it's hard to be upset with him. Let's zoom out a little. Never mind. Let's not do that. Let's never mind. Sorry. I'm getting distracted by things going on outside my house. Cubone, because of his lore, is very, very nice to like think of. Like, it helps him tremendously. Design wise, I think if he didn't have that kind of thing going for him, he would just be like another Sandshrew essentially. Like, he has like a very similar like body type going for him in all those ways. But otherwise, good. Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan from Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan fame. If I had to choose between the two, you know, Hitmonlee really got screwed up for me because Pokemon Go makes Hitmonlee look so much worse. He's just lame. He still uses his fists too, which is like, I get it. They're both martial artists in that sense, but Hitmonchan doesn't use his feet. I'm pretty sure Jackie Chan kicks a lot too. Like, what's that all about? But between the two, Hitmonchan is my preferred between the two. Even though I think Hitmonlee viability-wise is better. Though I don't know how good these Pokemon are anymore anyways because of like power creep and stuff like that. But Hitmonlee, I will put him at I'll put him above Mankey. But Hitmonchan, I'm going to put actually a tier above in the A tier. Even though it's just a dude with boxing gloves, he has a lot going for him still to give him a little bit more. The dress, I didn't even think about the dress. The skirt puts him even higher. Boy's fitted. He's good. He's ready to punch out. I'm totally cool with Hitmonchan being that high up. Lickitung. A lot of tongues going on in this game. Just particularly the first game, there was a lot of tongue stuff. Lickitung is very creepy for a lot of people, I've noticed. But, it's like I'm gonna be like the guy that's like in between. I think Lickitung is kind of funny and kind of cute in his own way. I remember I believe it was the first Pokemon Stadium, there was a sushi roll game where you play as a Lickitung just eating sushi, and all it was like a Japanese dude yelling at you, "Hirasei! Oh! Hirasei! Oh!" And like when you're licking stuff up, the Lickitung's like, "Eee! No!" like it's just like a Japanese dude yelling, "Hirasei!" Just yelling at you the entire time. I love that game. So we'll put him at the higher A tier. So that's that. Is this actually changing the view for you guys? I have no idea if it is. How about that? Did that zoom in for you guys? It does. Oh no. I am sorry. I've been zooming in and out just because of my ADHD, and you guys have just been watching that. Rough. Anyways, we can see most of the Pokemon now. I'm not entirely sure. Are you guys able to see the Pokemon as good as I can? Because it would be kind of harsh for me to zoom out any more than this, I think. I can zoom in more too if you guys are fine with just me scrolling like how it was. But for now, I'll keep going with what I'm doing. Alright, next up we have is Coughing. Coughing is... I like his design a bit. He's a bit of a... I think wheezing is a good design change from the adding something onto another kind of thing. Because it's not just adding another coughing onto another coughing. It's like an actual like bulb growing out of another one. And then the other one is also changing like his actual body shape in that sense. Coughing, I'm gonna put probably in a higher C tier. And wheezing, if it wasn't for like the definite bong variant in the Sword and Shield game, I'm gonna put him in a high B. I'm gonna put him next to Ghastly because those designs kind of mesh with me in my head. Okay. Rhyhorn and Rhydon. I'm pretty sure Rhydon was the first Pokemon ever designed. Rhydon is... let's start with Rhyhorn. Rhyhorn is a animal of some sort. I think it's a rhinoceros? That would make a lot more sense. I don't know why I even say I think. But he's very basic. I put him in this low C tier just to kind of like see how it looks, and it kind of feels alright. Like, even Arcanine being down here isn't really that harsh to me. It's just kind of like, they're kind of all, oh, put them. I like Arcanine better, but like, we'll put these guys next to each other because it starts to like blend together pretty whatever. Rhydon, I think, is a better Pokemon. It looks like a dinosaur. It kind of looks like Nidoqueen and Nidoking put together to me. I don't know why I feel that way, but it just kind of is. I'm gonna put him right next to Charizard, I say. I think these two are almost equal in my eyes in terms of like design feel. This feels like a complete thought, and it apparently was the first one, so I am completely fine with him being right there. Alright, Chansey. I like Chansey. Chansey as a design and a character, if it didn't have its character for itself, is just cute. I think it's cute. I'm not gonna put him too high though, in terms of it all. I don't like him as much as Wigglytuff, so it's like, it's hard for me to put him in the same tier as Wigglytuff. Because I do think Wigglytuff is at the same level. I think Blissey is a much better design. In particular, Blissey is way better. That's how it is. So I'll put him in B, right underneath Rhydon. I think that's good. Tangela, I think as a design is good. It feels like there's a lot of these Pokemon where it's just like a bunch of things surrounding something with big white eyes. Like you can see it in Ghastly, Shelder, Tangela. It's pretty common of a thought and process in the design. Tangela, it's kind of in that way. I think I'm gonna put him in a lower C. I'll put him underneath Tentacool, but above Seal in that sense. He feels a little lazy. The booties help him a little bit. I forget about the booties. He'll go a little bit higher. That's where he'll be. He'll be in this higher C tier just because of the shoes. If he didn't have the shoes, well, he would be a lot different. But high mid C tier. That's okay. Alright, we have Kangaskhan. I like Kangaskhan. It's a mother Pokemon. It's a kangaroo. I like kangaroos. It feels weird with Kangaskhan because first gen Kangaskhan was just like, it felt like it was just not necessary at all. It was like a normal Rhydon, it felt like. The design of it just having a kid is just like, but like Mega Kangaskhan, the kid jumps out and fights too. So like I don't get it very much. It's a B tier, I think, but not very high in the B tier. I think I'll put him near Mankey. That feels alright. That feels like a pretty solid place for him in terms of where I've been putting things. Okay, we got Horsey, and then we got, it's Seaking, right? Horsey and Seaking? Or is it Seadra? It's Seadra. This is Seaking. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. I'm forgetting my Pokemon. Oh no. Okay. Horsey. I think I had a lot of Pokemon cards as a kid. Like I got a bit of Pokemon cards and I liked the design on Horsey on those, but when it came to like the actual game, he was pretty like nothing to me. I'm gonna put him next to Seal in that sense. Seadra, I think is an improvement. I'm usually of the type of like going from cute to angular isn't the best choice, but Horsey is so like under-designed, it feels like, that like Seadra is a little bit better in that sense. It feels more complete. Like, this is the evolution of that one, and this is the incomplete variant. So I'll put Seadra in a higher B tier. Very loved Pokemon. It's a good Pokemon too. I said earlier that my favorite colors in this time were blue. This is in that level of blue that I start to not like it. When it gets into like baby blue to like almost periwinkle, even though that's kind of purple. But like baby blue in particular, kind of sky blue, not a huge fan of that color. It's just, it feels like it's not right to me. But moving on. Goldeen, I like how flowy its tail is. Its Goldeen, I think, is better than Seaking. That is a Seaking, right? Okay, whew. That is Seaking. Goldeen, I think, design-wise, is better than Seaking. It's a goldfish with a horn, but with like a flowy tail. It's kind of dumb, based off of like the other games that you can find Goldeen in. Like in Smash, if you get a Goldeen, it doesn't do anything except splash on the ground. Seaking, I actually don't like at all. It's probably gonna be down here, like near Graveler in that sense. It just feels like a different fish, for one. It feels like a different fish. It feels just like it is not necessary almost. Like, I don't know what I do to feel that way, but it's just not necessary. Like, whatever. Like, who likes Seaking that much? Like, I really do want someone to, like, come in and be like, yeah, Seaking's my favorite Pokemon for blah 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 reason. I can't find a reason to like Seaking for myself. I don't like how they got rid of a lot of the flowiness of the Goldeen. It feels like it's more stiff of a Pokemon, and it just feels like worse in general. Alright, let's go down. Staryu and Starmie. Staryu and Starmie are another example of doing that kind of like more as better kind of thing, and it works. Staryu, I'm a fan of the Staryu design. I don't think that I'm going to put them outside of tiers from each other. I think I am going to keep them both in the same tier of B tier, but a semi-mid to high. Between the two, I do like Starmie's design a little bit more. I'll put Staryu down here, and I'll put Starmie a little bit higher towards the Wartortle. I like how this back part spins. That was always really cool. Like, he spins really quick like that. He's like a little fidget spinner. This part just still feels like the Staryu, but just bigger and stronger. It's a good design upgrade. It feels like an upgrade. Alright, Mr. Mime. I'm gonna put Mr. Mime in the high D tier. Mainly because it's not that I don't like clowns. He's too human in the same way as a lot of people think of him as too human. I remember the Pokemon Detective Pikachu movie. They made him real fleshy colored. Not a fan of that. And, like, I don't know. I don't think his later designs really fix him either. Maybe the one that's, like, a little bit more, like, regal looking. No, that's not the right word. Like, more, like, old man fancy looking. I forget what they call him. Mr. Rhyme. I think Mr. Rhyme is a better between the two, but, like, not by much. But he definitely feels more like a Pokemon than Mr. Mime does. Mr. Mime doesn't feel very much like a Pokemon outside of his, like, gross, bendy limbs that are too thin. You know? That's weird. He's weird. Alright. Next one. Scyther. Scyther! Scyther is cool. Just straight up, Scyther is cool. High A. I think Scyther is probably on the cusp of that S tier rank between these people. But Scyther, he's missing something, it feels. Like, he needs to be more red with, like, more metal on his body or something. I think Scyther being in highest to A tiers is perfect for him. Yeah, of course, man. Oh, you're editing? Good on you. I didn't think you were gonna be making any more videos. Alright. Next, we have Purple Jinx. Why isn't it the grossly dark black Jinx? Like, that one was real racist, and why can't we have that one? Yeah, and you too, man. Have a good one. But, where did I put him? Oh no. Oh no. Was my last one Scyther? Hold on, gotta go back. Who am I on right now? Oh, it was Jinx. Where's Jinx? Where did I put Jinx? Where did she go? Oh, there she is. B tier. Jinx, for me, is more of a comedy feel. And I think even with it being purple, it is definitely a Japanese, like, take on something very racist, I think. There was a lot of Garus going on in this time, and I think this was just like a design to kind of make fun of it, and it was black originally. With those lips and eyes, it's hard to not keep them in the same area. I'm colored myself, so I find it funny. So I feel like I can put it in a low C tier just because it's funny enough to do that. That it's so ridiculous that they would even make this Pokemon like they did. We're gonna put him in that level. Alright. And Jinx being at low C, that definitely fits that kind of bill. Alright, who's next? Electabuzz and Magmar. Electabuzz, it started to feel like they were like, let's just start putting humans and then like making elements with them. And mixing them with elements, I guess. Because these are very humanoid to me in that sense. They're very samey in design. I think that was the point back then. I'm not fully grasped on that, but these two practically same level for me in terms of like enjoyment of their design. I don't. I think I'm gonna put them in the same level as Jinx, but higher. I'll put them above Primate, because that sounds about right. And between the two, I like Magmar more. Not really saying a whole lot. Pinsir. I like Pinsir's design. The really skinny long arms are a really good touch, I think. They could have very easily just kept him without the arms and just had the Pinsir head and mouth. But the arms definitely complete the package. He's always compared between Scyther, because those are like the two big bug Pokemon in this gen in particular. But between the two, Scyther, in my opinion, is just better and cooler. Like, come on, sword hands. But Pinsir, he's gonna be in the B tier. I'll put him next to Exeggutor. He's cool in that sense. I like just how angry this bug is. Next up is Tauros. Tauros is a bull, that is angry with 3 tails. I know that Tauros is a beloved Pokemon because I think he's considered the best Pokemon of Gen 1 in terms of just like stats and how Gen 1's mechanics worked. He's boring. He's a cow with 3 tails. Not a whole lot going for him there. So we'll put him right here. Middle C tier. Tauros is boring to me. Not a whole lot going on. Magikarp and Gyarados. Magikarp and Gyarados are very, very good design Pokemon, I think. I think the Magikarp being as derpy as he is, where he is, I like him. I will put him in the A tier. A little bit lower. I think out of all the fishes, he feels the most correct in terms of being the right kind of dumb, if that makes sense. And above Paris and above Zubat. Magikarp being that high up is good for me. I like him being that level. Gyarados, I like more. Gyarados, I don't understand where this design goes from here to here. I can kind of see it in that sense, but like, it don't make sense. You can't tell me it makes sense. I know how big these are. I know how big these are. It don't make sense. How much solar radiation did he soak up to become this? I don't know. But I'll put him next to Golduck because he is friggin' sweet. I like Gyarados. He is a very, very cool design. Don't understand where Magikarp turns into that, but I'm into it. Lapras. Weirdly furry coated again, it feels, but like it's still there. I am at the same point of like thinking that Lapras, I'll put him next to Nidoqueen. These blues feel good together. Like it just says on the eye, it feels good to put him there. It's hard to have too much of an opinion on Lapras. It feels like there's not a whole lot going on. It's the Loch Ness Monster that you can ride on. That's pretty cool. B tier. Ditto. Ditto, I would say, would be up in the S tiers. Ditto is just, I like the design. It's a mimic. It mimics whatever you want. It transforms into literally everything. The fact that it can transform into humans in the movie is friggin' scary, but like what can you do? I like how Dittos have the dot eyes when it's them, even though that is very creepy. Ditto is good where it is. 1 second. What is the music right now? I wonder if I've been muted this whole time. That would be sad. Oh, hi, Signer. Sinner? Styles? Master Barber. Hello. Hold on, I gotta check to see I wasn't muted that whole time. That would have been tragic. Tragedy. Oh, I think I was. That's too bad. Oh well. That's my tier list currently. That's my tier list currently. Oh, hello. Let's go to Gen 2 and fix this up. Boom. We're at Gen 2. Hey. We're at S. Let's make this one SS. And good. Can I make it a better color? Yeah. Perfect. Oh, this is a lot nicer of a tier list to go with. Okay. And to start off, oh, I can, there we go. Much better. Much more zoomed in. To start off, my favorite Pokemon of all time is Chikorita. It is Chikorita. There is nothing more or less that I like. Or there's definitely less that I like than Chikorita, but there's nothing more than I like than Chikorita. It is my favorite Pokemon. It is my starter. I know it is probably the worst starter of all time. And there is a reason why I love Chikorita so much. When I first started getting into Pokemon, I did Pokemon Blue, and then I moved on to Pokemon Yellow because that was just kind of like what was available at the time. And I love, they're the same game practically, other than you get to keep your Pikachu around in Yellow. But when I beat those, shortly after, I got Pokemon Crystal for my birthday. And it had recently come out, I'm pretty sure, if you want to like figure out how old I am. But I got Pokemon Crystal, and I only played that game one time all the way through. And then my Game Boy got stolen at school, and I lost it forever. But I beat it, and I had started a second playthrough of Pokemon Crystal before I had, like, lost it. But my first Pokemon that I ever got was Chikorita. And I know that Chikorita in itself is not a great starter for most people. Viability-wise, I think it might be the worst stat-wise. But it is so cute. It is almost always male. But the one that I got was female in Crystal. Mine was female. It was like the biggest of deals apparently. And like it was just how it was. I got Chikorita and I progressed the game normally with them. And this is the reason why I like them so much. I never got Bayleaf and Meganium in my first playthrough because this was the generation that they introduced holding items. And one of the first caves that you show up in Pokemon Crystal, you get an Everstone. I had no idea what that does, or did, back then. Back then, I had no clue what items did. It was like, it's a holdable item, give it to them. So I put an Everstone on my Chikorita near the beginning of my one and practically only playthrough of that game. I never got Bayleaf and I never got Meganium. Like, that was it. I was young enough to think that my starter didn't have any evolutions. Like, that's just the thoughts that I had back then. By the time I was done with my first playthrough of Pokemon Crystal, my Chikorita was level 96. It was level 96 and just an absolute beast because it was level 96. I thought that was the strongest variant that Chikorita was. Like, that is just how it was. And I never got Bayleaf or Meganium. I went through the entire game like that. But Chikorita is my number one. It was my best. It was my best Pokemon. It was the one that I used the most. It was my starter. It's definitely not good. Like, just as a Pokemon in general. But, like, you can't really beat that in that sense, It's pretty difficult to get better than that in terms of like reasons why a person likes something. Chikorita, it's the best. We will make it Chikorita is the best. Don't stop it. Don't make that a wrong word. We'll just make it is the best. Perfect. Chikorita, you are my favorite. I hope that you never change. They didn't when they remade the second game, and it's just how it is. If I ever play Gen 2 again, well, I have played Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I did the same thing then. I gave Chikorita an Everstone and never evolved them. It's just kind of how it has to be. But I, at that point, was old enough to know that that is not a good strategy. But I still did it. But I didn't do it nearly as optimized and as gung-ho, thinking that it was the correct way, as I did when I was a kid. But on to the next one, so that I don't stay on my favorite Pokemon forever. We will go to its evolutionary line. Bayleaf and Meganium, they suck. Like, I don't like their designs. Like, what? What took a bite out of Chikorita's leaf? Bayleaf sucks. I don't like that yellow. You look like vomit. Gross. Meganium, you're no Chikorita, but I like the green and the red. So I'm gonna put you at a solid B tier. Very good. Same with the last one. I'm gonna put the other two starters above pretty much everything else. In particular, Totodile and Cyndaquil, they are very good, cute starters. I liked them a lot. They're good designs. This is definitely a Digimon, but like, he's cool. I like Totodile a lot. And Cyndaquil, not as much. When he doesn't have the flames on, I like him a lot more. He's very, very like fluffy feeling, or like very smooth. I like him. Very, very cute little anteater boy, I think, is what he's supposed to be. Is that right? But crocodile. 1 second, I gotta check something real quick. I gotta open up a new tab here. Yeah. I don't know. That's odd. Okay. Next, Cyndaquil's next level, Quilava. I think he's okay. He's kind of like basic feeling in that sense. I think in comparison to Gen 1, Gen 2, there's a lot more like colorful uniqueness between them, but it also feels like the quality might not be as good in particular anyways. So for this one, I'm gonna be a little bit more harsh probably. I also don't have as many tiers. How about I do that? How about I make another tier below? And we'll call it F tier. We also can change the color to red, black, gray. Gray's good. F tier gray. But Quilava, I think, is better than Bayleaf, but we're gonna keep him in C tier. I don't really like Quilava that much. He's kind of feels like he's not done cooking. Typhlosion, though, I like a lot more. I think Typhlosion between all three starters is the best final evolution. I think I'll put him at an A. Right there. I like the whole like long boy design, but he's also fiery, you know? I think he's supposed to be a ferret. No, ferret's supposed to be a ferret. But anyways, we got what's his name? Croconaw. Croconaw, I think he's probably the weakest of all the second levels as well, so he will definitely be in low D for that. He's not derpy enough for me to like him. He's just kind of fat, I guess. Like I don't see much in him in general. But next we got Feraligatr, and I think he's the weakest of the three in terms of like design. I like the cute elegance of Meganium more than I like the attempt at being cool with Feraligatr. Like I do appreciate what they were trying to do with him, but it's just not really like hitting me in a way. He's very padded. Like I don't understand it. These two are very like smooth, and then he's just kind of like a blocky mess, I guess. Next we got Sentret. Sentret's very cute. I'm not gonna really put cuteness as much in the scale on this one just because there's a lot of babies in this generation. So Sentret, I'm gonna put in the C tier, whereas Ferret, I'm gonna put in the S tier. You have to put Ferret in the S tier because he is an amazing Pokemon in terms of cuteness. I love Ferret. Just very, very good. Very good, very good. Like, he's cute. Probably better than these two in that sense. Ferret is lovely. I watched this one channel on YouTube where it was just Ferret walking with like some Gen 4 or 5 music playing, and that was like the entire stream. You know? And that's just core memory at that point. S tier Ferret. Lovely Pokemon. Love the design. Alright, we got Hoot Hoot. Hoot Hoot is an owl with red eyes that is round. C tier. Noctowl, I think, is where we're gonna start getting our worst Pokemon. I don't like Noctowl. I think he looks dumb. It doesn't feel good to look at him. He feels like the weakest of the bird line that so far. I don't like him at all. He's just... He could be cooler. There's other owl Pokemon, I'm pretty sure, that show up, and they're just better. So they could have done Noctowl better. But moving on, got Ladybug and Lady Anne. Lady Anne. Ladybugu. Sorry. It's a ladybug, D tier. It's not a whole lot going on it. It's a fighting ladybug. It's better, not much. Better than Centrip, but these two aren't very interesting to me. He doesn't have much of a personality. He's still a bug, you know? Okay, next one. I don't like spiders, but I like Spinnerack. Spinnerack is very cute. Very, very cute. It's like a precursor to Joltik, which is probably the cutest of those kinds of spider likes. Ariados? Ariados. I'm not a huge fan of it. It feels like it's a very, very wrong design. Or not wrong, like the very poisonous bug, which it is a poison bug, so like, I get it. But stuff's scary. Doesn't need to be that scary. Okay, next up is Crobat. Between Zubat, Golbat, Crobat is in the middle for me between those two. So, what did I put Zubat at? I put Zubat at... Golbat is at a C tier. Zubat, I believe, was at an A tier. So Crobat can go comfortably in the B tier. Not a whole... Oh, B tier. Not a whole lot going for him for me, being honest with you. He's just... You have to be nice to him to get a real mean-looking Pokemon. Didn't really make a whole lot of sense to me back then, so... You just live with that, being in the B. Zubat's here, Golbat's here, Crobat's in the middle. And that's who will live. Alright. So we got... That's Chinchou, right? Right. Right. Did I just mess that up? Is that my first mess up? Is that my first... No, it's Chinchou. I'm pretty sure it's Chinchou. Right? I don't know. No one's gonna be here to tell me otherwise, so it's Chinchou. So, I like his design. He's cute. I like the little lantern pieces on him. I'm not gonna put him higher than Ledium. I'll put him at a C. Lantern, I think, is a big step down in terms of design, and I don't really like him. These kinds of real life fish that do like this, like the anglerfish kind of deal, they're way more menacing looking. This dude looks like something you'd find like on a children's like point and click adventure. The putt-putt games, you'd find something like this instead of like something super dangerous. So with that, I'm gonna make it Lantern is in a solid D tier in comparison. Alright, now we got a bunch of babies coming up. So with the babies, they're all very cute. Pichu, I'm gonna put S tier. No, high A. I think Pichu is cute. I think Cleffa is lower, but I think Igglybuff is the best between the three. Pichu, very cute. There's two variants. I think it's the same with Pikachu as well, with like the ear thing. They're an icon from an icon. Cleffa, it kind of feels like I remember hearing that Clefairy was supposed to be like the main Pokemon, because Red from the original manga or something had a Clefairy in particular that was like really sassy. So that's why they keep having these kinds of Pokemon be, or at least the Clefairy line being relevant. But outside of that, I think they just made a worse Clefairy. It doesn't even really feel like that much babier than the Clefairy, because Clefairy already looks pretty childish. But yeah, between all that, I think Clefairy, Cleffa, is probably the weakest of the babies, but still very cute, you know? Put him underneath Spinnerack to keep him away. And, oh, there's also Togepi. Togepi's gotta be an S. Togepi's a goat. It's a little egg. A little crying egg. Love that. Togetic? Screw that thing. Let's see. But back to the Igglybuff, I think is a great pre-evolution for Jigglypuff. It's better than Wigglytuff, that's for sure. This feels like a baby of Jigglypuff, you know? Jigglypuff came from this, it feels. So, it's nice. And that's where I have a problem with, like, Togetic. Togetic, it feels like the egg ate the baby. Like, what happened? Doesn't make any sense. I don't like it. It's not fun. Alright. Let's on to the next one. We have... what's their name? Don't tell me. Natu and Exatu. Right. Here's the next. Okay. So, Natu, I think, is pretty weak of a design. I don't really like it very much. It's very, like, compact. Not a whole lot going for it. Better than Hoot Hoot still, because it's still very cute as its little ball thing, but better than... not as good as, like, other bird-type Pokemons, that's for sure. Exatu, though, I think is a very, very unique and cool design. I like how its wings are very, like, stiff in that sense, and you can definitely tell where, like, they go. So there's that, and it's also like a totem pole-esque style. It's got like eyes in the middle. It's a good design. I like how it went to that. It almost feels like there should be a in-between between these two, but it doesn't really matter in that sense. I'll put Xatu at a high B. Okay, now we have Mareep, Flaffy, and Ampharos. Hold on, I'm gonna make another row. And you get to be Mega. I don't really care about Megas. Any other Megas? Yeah. Megas are just... like... not worth it for me. Like, who cares? Anyways. Next we have Mareep. Mareep is a cute sheep. Flaffy, I think, is better in between the two. But I like the blue on Mareep. I'll put Mareep on a blue. I'll make Flaffy an A. And Ampharos, I think, to be honest, is the weakest of the three. But it isn't really far off from Flaffy. So I'm going to put him right next to him. And that's that. Alright, next we have Blossom. It's a very cute little hula babe with the flower ears. It's a cute design. It turns into something better, I'm pretty sure. Or no, Blossom is the top for Gloom, I'm pretty sure. Like, Vileplume is so big that Blossom being as small as it is kind of like jarring in that sense. But it is the best of the line for Oddish, the Oddish line, I think. Blossom didn't really get much better than that. So I think I'll put it at a low... Typhlosion is getting pushed more and more down, but that's how it's going to be. I'm going to put Blossom in an A tier for now. Meryl gets an S tier for sure. Very, very cute. Everyone was like, saying like, this is going to replace Pikachu, yada 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 kind of deal. Like, it's going to happen. Everyone likes water. Azumarill is lame, in my opinion. I'm going to actually put it all the way down to D. Because I don't really like Azumarill very much. They've given this line a lot. In Game Freak history, they've given this guy a lot of stuff to work with, but practically nothing to the starters in particular. Except for Typhlosion getting like a whole new form, his base form still doesn't really have a whole lot going for him. It feels like they forgot about the starters and were like, let's just make Azumarill really, really strong. And not really care about the rest. But I digress. Next is Sudowoodo. Sudowoodo, I like the concept. It is a cool thing. I don't understand why he's rock type instead of like grass type. It makes me a little upset that he's rock type, even though he's very clearly a tree. But I'll put him at a mid C tier. I'll put him even higher than that. I'll put him at a low B tier, because when I had been playing Crystal version, it was actually the time when I was able to actually like battle against friends with my actual Game Boy, because there was a guy across the street that let me borrow his Game Boy Link, and then he moved like a month later. So I didn't really have any way of giving it back to him. So I got a free Game Link for between Game Boys, and like I would bring that Game Link to school. That's essentially why it ended up getting stolen in the first place, because it was just so advertised that I had it, you know. But like my friend, his strongest Pokemon was a Sudowoodo, and it was like level 90. It was a Sudowoodo, and it was the first one that he ever caught, the one that's blocking you in the town. And that gives a bit of a nostalgia boost up to a B, because I could not really care less about Sudowoodo at all. Bonsly is a lot cuter, and I like it a lot more, but it's not this generation. I don't even know if it's next generation either. So, that's that. Next, we got Politoed. Doesn't make sense. It does not make sense at all to me. It goes from blue to green with pink cheeks, whereas Poliwhirl doesn't look anything like this, it feels. Maybe the eyes being similar. Outside of that, though, I like a good frog boy. Good frog boy gets A. He is a chunker of a frog boy more so than he is a cutie of a frog boy. He looks like he would wear a shirt and tie. Alright, next we got the Hoppip line. Hoppip, Skiploom, and Jumpluff. I don't remember if that's, I'm pretty sure it's like Haneko, Popoko, and then whatever jump. Watako? In Japanese. Popoko. I remember Popoko because Popo and like skipping around, but like I don't know. It's Hoppip, Skiploom, and Jumpluff for us Americans or English speakers. So we have Hoppip. I'm gonna put like at a I don't know. What am I gonna put Hoppip at? It's not very it's for some people they really like it as like a cute thing, but for me I'm not a huge fan of Hoppip or its line in general. Out of all of them, I think I might like Skiploom the most, just because it's still the most derpy generally they keep it as. But Hoppip is just like brain empty flying boy, and I'll put him at a C. Skiploom, like I said, is probably my higher level of the two, and I'd probably put him like low B. And Jumpluff, I would say, would be the in between, because I don't really care for it. It went from like just floating around everywhere to actually having to jump to do things. So that's just strange. Okay, next we have Apom, and Apom sounds like half of a thing that will definitely hurt you. So Apom is just a little monkey with the tail hand. I like the design. He's very, very mischievous and almost seemed like another attempt at changing the mascot for Pokemon. But I think I'll put him at a low A tier below Typhlosion so that Typhlosion can actually get a breather. Then we got Sunkern and Sunflora. Their Sunkern is very cute. I'll put him at a low B. That sounds about right. But Sunflora, it's close to F for me for Sunflora. I don't know why I don't like Sunflora so much, but it just doesn't feel like something I want to even like look at or deal with. Looks like what a person would think a demon would be if it went inside of a sunflower. You know, like feels like it's possessed, and I'm not a huge fan. Very low D, possibly F if we get worse and worse. Next we got Yanma. There's a Yanmega too, which is always funny to think about, but Yanma I'm not a huge fan of. It's kind of... There's a lot of things with like masks, essentially, in this generation of Pokemon, it feels. Like Lydia looks like it has a mask on. Yanma looks like it has a mask on, you know, the green. It's just a dragonfly. I'll put it at a high D, but not much better than that. Oh, and then we got Wooper and Quagsire. These guys are like top level. It doesn't get much better than this in terms of like derp to love ratio. Wooper is just perfect of a Pokemon. I had a Wooper and a Quagsire on my team, and it was just how it went. I love Wooper. Very close second favorite Pokemon. And I haven't played the newest generation of Pokemon, so I know that they've come out with a new variant of him, like Clodsire as the other one, and they look very similar, which I'm happy about. Okay, next we have Espeon and Umbreon. Espeon and Umbreon are, in my opinion, much better designs than the first wave of the evolutions. They're much, much cooler. Espeon being very, very elegant, yet still very cute at the same time, while getting pretty far enough away from Eevee to warrant it. Like, Espeon is good, and I'll put Espeon at a higher A tier. And Umbreon, I'm actually pretty similar in that vein. It is far enough away from Eevee, and it, even though like most of the Eevee is still here, it's not as recognizable because it got rid of a lot of the fluff. It smoothed it out a lot. These both got really smooth, but the black and yellow as well, just it being almost like an impossible to see black, but then you get like the really high contrast yellow. It's a very good choice for design on him. And I would put him in the same tier, but a bit lower than Espeon. Murkrow sucks. What is this thing? Like, this thing sucks. I wish that it didn't have an actual hat as its hair, because its evolution's better from what I've seen. The Honchkrow? Honchkrow is so much better than Murkrow. Murkrow's lame. Like, I can't tell you how lame this Pokemon is. Okay, we have Slowking. I'm not a huge fan of Slowking. I think that it's probably going to be high D tier for it, just because Slowking, I mostly think about like the Pokemon episode we were talking about before, with how they level ups into Slowbro is by getting their tail bitten by a Shelder, and Slowking gives me the the horrifying feature of he just put his actual head in there. And that's what happened. So it's just like, ugh. It makes me not want to go swimming, I guess. Like, there's just something about the idea of dipping your head in water and then you becoming, like, having that on your head. It's a bit not good for me. So, high D tier for Slowking. He could be a lot better. Alright, next is Misdreavus. Misdreavus is like the only ghost Pokemon they added in this gen, and it also sucks. So like, it gets an evolution, but like a couple of generations later, I'm pretty sure. So like, it's not really worth. I like how it differentiates itself by giving like pink tips on its flowing mane part. But it's so, like, not complete feeling. I have the same feeling about Shuppet from Gen 3. Shuppet, I feel like, is real lazy of a design and kind of steals from Misdreavus a bit. But Misdreavus, I'm going to put in a low C tier just because of the color clash going on there. Next we have the unknowns. I had an unknown on my party when I went up against the Elite Four for the first time. It was like level 60 something, and it knew one move. Hidden Power. It's the only one that it knows. But I like it as a design. I don't know how I feel about like letters becoming Pokemon. You know, because that's an A. This is the A one. But I think it's a cool concept. And I had the F one, I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Let me look up which unknown in particular mine was. Mine had like little balls for feet. Okay. F. Mine was F. He had little feetsies on his. But for now, for unknowns in particular, I'm going to put them at a mid to low B tier. I like the concept of them, and there is very much only a certain amount of designs you can make with them. It feels like that's just silly. Just a silly concept for a Pokemon that is just still around today. Wobbuffet. We got Wobbuffet as our next guy, and he is very funny because his Pokemon design and Pokemon behavior in the game, or in the show, are pretty similar. This one's the girl variant, I'm pretty sure, because it's got lipstick. She's banned in most formats in Pokemon. And, first, it's an S tier Pokemon. I love Wobbuffet. It's so cute. Like, so funny. It's just a punching bag. But that's the whole thing, is that it does more damage doing counters than it does most other things. It will, if it has Mirror Coat and or it will have counter. Oh, hey, Mellow. It's gonna screw up at least 1 to 2 of your team. So Wobbuffet is just, it's a goat in that sense. S tier. Next, we got Girafarig. Girafarig is very, very interesting because it's, I forget what they call it, palindrome, where it's like the same forward as it is backwards. But it's very interesting. Nope, just ranking on like, not like strength or anything. I like design, just, it's all kind of like opinion based in general. But yeah, Girafarig, if it was the same frontwards and backwards, I'd be like, that's cool, but I'm not sure how to feel about it. now that I know that it's supposed to be the same forward and backwards, but this is the other head. I'm pretty sure, like, something about it is, like, this thing has a brain of its own, and it's always clashing with this one's. So it's, like, never, like, actually thinking. It's just moving on thought between the two alone. And that's why it's also, like, psychic type. It's an odd origin story for this Pokemon. Like, it was kind of... I'm not sure how to feel about it, but in terms of design, it feels like a giraffe with... and it's just a giraffe with a dirty butt. So I'm gonna put it in a high D. Yeah, it does kind of remind you of a Change Up a little bit, huh? Yeah, to me, it's not really impressive in much of anything. I haven't actually played the new games yet. I know that it got a new form, and I've seen it. It's like Faragirag or something. Faragiraffe or something, and it's just another giraffe. But I haven't played those ones yet, and it's alright. But next one we have our Pineco and Fortress. I like Pineco more than I like Fortress, just as a design thing. If Fortress didn't have these little spikes coming out of it, I think I would like it more, but then it would be kind of getting close to that Shelter region that I had been talking about before. Pineco is just an angry pinecone, and that's just funny to me. But between the two, they're not going to really get much high rank in me anyways, so I'm going to put Pineco at low B tier, whereas I'm going to put Fortress a little bit under it. This is probably going to separate them more and more as time goes on, but that's kind of just how I feel. Yeah, I get the whole sea mine thing, but like, it should have more spikes coming out if that's the case, you know? Not just like around the center part. This is spiked all the way around. How does a pinecone turn into this? It should have turned into a tree if it wanted to keep the pinecone thing going. But that's just opinion. But oh yeah, Dunsparce? I love Dunsparce just as a concept. I wish he was good, and I've heard of the Dunsparce, and I know he's not good. But like Dunsparce, he's very, very cute. So it's hard to keep him outside of the A range. I think I'll put him in A, above A Palm, but I'm not going to put him much higher than that, just because I think the Dunsparce kind of, it almost ruins it for me, because like I feel like they could have done more with him, and I've seen what they've done with him afterwards, because this has always been like a Pokemon that I love, but he could have, and I had always had the feeling like he was going to be better. But now that I know that he's not, it's hard to like him nearly as much. Also, I didn't understand that this was its mouth that opens upwards like that, and I don't like that nearly as much. But still, I like his design. And I'll keep him lower A tier. We'll see how the rest of it goes. Next, we have Gligar. Gligar is a cool kind of thing. He has a lot going on with himself. I don't understand how he lives in the wild. Does he hang on to like things like a bat does and then glides down? He just glides. And he's got a stinger, he's got claws, he's got stingers on everything. Like he's got a lot going on with himself. It's just, he's kind of confusing. He's got his tongue sticking out usually. He's just fangs all around. He's a dangerous boy, but he doesn't feel like he should be. So with that, I'm gonna put him in a little bit higher, but I think I'll put him in the highest for B tier, just because I dig that they really were just trying to make him as dangerous looking as possible while keeping like this really soft and cutesy color palette. And that's a good spot for him. Okay, we got Steelix. Steelix is so cool. I wish he was in the first generation along with Onyx, because Onyx, I feel, just because of his like involvement in the anime, he's so big. These guys are gigantic Pokemon, and I love gigantic, like just large monsters just fighting things out. I love the concept of an Onyx using what's it called? An Onyx using like Body Slam on a Caterpie. That's the funniest thing. And same thing with Steelix. Like, it's cool. But I also think that Steelix in particular isn't... I mean, just looking at his Mega form here that I have seen before, he's very much just Onyx, but like, we gave him a metal coat. Hence the whole metal coat thing. Yeah, I like kaiju movies. I really liked well, whatever that new, not the Godzilla vs. Kong movie, but it's like 0 Celsius, I forget what it's called. The new Godzilla movie that was entirely in Japan. But Steelix in particular, he is cool. And if we go back to my Gen 1 list here, I put Onyx in B. So I think it would be safe. Yeah, -1, that one. I'm safe to say that I would put Steelix in the same tier as that. So I'm gonna put him in low B off the principle that Onyx is in B in his own generation as well. Just because they're pretty much the same Pokemon, just metal. Alright, got Snubbull and Gramble. I love Snubbull. Snubbull is so funny. I had a English Bulldog when I was a kid, and Snubbull is very much that, if it stood on 2 legs. Snubbull will be up here above these guys, and Gramble, he's significantly worse, and I'll put him next to Steelix because they are very similar in feeling for some reason. I don't know. Those two are right. Thank you. Have a good one. Alright, next we have Quillfish. Quillfish is... how do I say? Too derpy? It feels like a pufferfish without a brain. It's not like Finding Nemo pufferfish, it's like that one, but just nothing there. I don't like his color palette nearly as much. He doesn't have much else going for him. I think I would put him in lower D tier. Just because it feels like a forgotten Pokemon. And I know he has a different form too. So that's even worse, you know? But next we have Scizor. Scizor, I think, is the better Scyther. Scyther is a really, really cool Pokemon, but he needed Scizor to really fill out his cool meter. Scizor looks like a race car, but like still a bug, you know? Like, he's a quick... He's definitely something that I would want, like, on my side if I was, like, in the forest of Pokemon. Feels like he would be flying me at very, very fast speeds, even though he's, like, super heavy, right? I don't know. It's... I just know that it's a good... I like how he essentially got fused with a race car. Shuckle. I love Shuckle. Shuckle is very, very cute. I think I would put him at high A, low S between. I'll put him at low S, just because Shuckle is both one of the worst Pokemon and one of the most annoying Pokemon you can make. Go for it. So, like, I remember in the third generation Pokemon I played, Emerald, the Battle Frontier, one of the people had a Shuckle that always messed me up because all it knew was Toxic, really, and Safeguard. It would Toxic at least two of my teammates, and then it would die. And Toxic is just deadly in any situation. And those Battle Frontier things, you had to like win 5 or 6 times in a row before you were able to actually go up against the main boss. And the main boss was the one who had the Shuckle. And yeah, I remember, and I also know that it has like the highest defense while also having like one of the lowest healths, which is so funny to me. But anyways, we move on to the next one. Heracross. Heracross is cool. He's definitely like what they wanted from it's like almost like he was supposed to be in Gen 1, but like they didn't have enough time to put him in because he kind of just feels like he's in between Pinsir and Scyther, and I think that's kind of like how they position him anyways. But yeah, it's, oh no, what is that? Oh, that's ridiculous. I'm not doing that. Go away. Let's just undock that real quick. Sorry, my YouTube feature on my OBS just like crashed itself out. Anyways, it's, where were we? Heracross, it feels like the in-between of Pinsir and Scyther. I think it's better than Pinsir, but not as good as Scyther in terms of design. So I'm gonna put it in, I believe I put Scyther in A, right? Yes. And Pinsir in B. I will put Heracross in a low A. He is cool. Not too cool, but he is. Next we have Sneasel. Is that right? Yes. Sneasel is a cooler Pokemon, but his Weavile variant is definitely way cooler. But I'm not going to put that as a... I'm not going to really hold that against him like I do Dunsparce with the Dunsparce. But... Oops. There we go. Much better. Yeah, but the Dunsparce really brings down Dunsparce for me. Just because Dunsparce's whole thing was that I hope he gets better, and now I know he won't. Sneasel, I know, has Weavile, and it is better than Sneasel, but Sneasel, I think, is, out of a lot of the cat-esque variants of Pokemon that have come out at this point, I think it's probably the better of many of them, just because I like the concept of it being like a quick, slashy ice thing. And I do like the really contrasting red to a kind of like blackish blue color, and then the very like white claws really bring it out. It's very, I like its design. Sneasel is good. I'm gonna put it at a respectable A tier. Like that feels good. A little bit in between the cutesy for the cute, for the cool. Oh, next we have Teddiursa, probably one of the cutest baby Pokemon, even though it's not really a baby Pokemon. It's just cute. It's a little teddy bear baby. I'm gonna put it outside of the S tier at the highest A tier, though. Only because Ursaring is cool, but why does he have just... I get the ring part of Ursaring. You could have done better than just a yellow circle in the middle of a bear. Like, Teddiursa has a moon on its forehead. Why is it just a circle? Lame. That's just lame. I don't like him very much. He could be much better. It's a shame. If he had like a moon. Hold on, is there an Ursaring with a moon? Let me see. Let me see different Ursaring variants. No, they're all just kind of lame. The circle really messes it up for me. It's just meh. Which is also why it keeps Teddiursa kind of outside of the S range, because these babies, this Togepi is probably the cutest baby Pokemon, but its evolutions aren't very good to me. Like, Togetic is just lame. I don't like Togetic very much. But Igglybuff, I love Jigglypuff, so that turns into something good. And Wigglytuff is okay. Whereas Teddiursa is cute on its own, but then it turns into Ursaring. Like, that's whack. It's not as cute as Togepi, in between the two, for me at least. So, highest A where it's at currently is probably where it's gonna stay. Alright, next we have Slugma Nuts, and Macarga Nuts. So, Slugma, it's a fire slug. For the name alone, he gets B. Macargo gets a D. I do not care for him. He's just a Slugma, but less cute, and looks like he has a tire on his back. It's just, it doesn't, the cargo, I guess, part, but like, come on. It's just lame. You can do better than that. Slugma, funny ass name. You can't really deny that. But enough about those two. We'll move on to the next one. Got Swinub and Piloswine. I know that Piloswine turns into Mamoswine, which is significantly better design-wise than Piloswine, but like, it feels like too much of a jump, to be honest. It feels like there should be an in-between between Piloswine and Mamoswine, or that Piloswine should just be the first variant before Mamoswine. Because Swinub, it feels like even more of a jump between it all when you get to like the end goal. I don't know. When I think of Swinub, I do not think of Mamoswine. But Swinub in itself is just like a cute little tiny pig boy that's just real tiny, real flat, and like a little drop. And I like Swinub. I'll put him at a high A. Underneath Cleffa. He gets the cute points to keep him there. Alright. Next, with Piloswine though, I think I'll put him in the C tier because Piloswine just doesn't hit right with me. And he's better than... That looks like a good spot for him, in terms of just where we're all at. Alright, next, Corsola. If I think about Corsola too much, I think about the coral reef and how it's dying. But it's not too crazy of a design. It feels like almost unnecessary if I'm being honest, but I know that Corsola has a ghost form, which is okay, I guess. Yeah, it's hard. Corsola, it feels incomplete of an idea. Kind of just not fully there with it. So I'll put him at the low C. I wouldn't put him down to D, but it doesn't feel right. Same with, like, Quillfish is the harder variant of that. Like, it has a worse design than Corsola in my opinion, but at least with Quillfish it's not nearly as, like, or at least with Corsola it doesn't feel like nearly as useless of a design. Like, I've seen Corsola actually get, like, an actual redesign, and I know Quillfish got, like, a darker variant to itself, but it's not really interesting to me. Alright, next we have Remoraid and Octillery. Remoraid's a fish, and out of all of the fish, it kind of irks me the wrong one, so I'm gonna put Remoraid at F tier. F tier Remoraid. Not fun. It's just a fish. It doesn't feel like it has much of a design. Is this a Pokemon? Like, I don't feel myself caring for it, really. But Octillery is also hurt by the fact that it comes from Remoraid, because I have absolutely no idea how this turns into this. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like, it's hurt by that fact, but I like Octillery as, like, a design in general. If it didn't come from Remoraid, it would probably be more high A, but since it came from Remoraid, it's gonna be around a low B. It's just an odd choice to go with. Like, Remoraid, it doesn't feel like a real fish. Like, or not that, it doesn't feel like a Pokemon. Like, what is it? Actually, like, what's it based off of, kind of deal. Goodness gracious, that cat is so loud. Ouch. Whoa. Ruh-roh. Is my stream still going? Oh no. My screens just went black. Hold on, let me just fix that up real quick. Oh no. There we go. Okay. Whew. Scary. What's next? Did I already do? I already did Octillery, so Octillery, you would be a lot better if you weren't, you know, from what's his face, Remoraid. You would benefit from not. You would definitely benefit from not being from Remoraid. But too late now. So next would be Delibird, right? Right? Delibird? Is that right? Is that what? Yeah, it's definitely Delibird. I don't know why I am really trying my best to remember every single name of these Pokemon, because I haven't played Pokemon since probably Shield, and Shield is not a good variant of, like, what Pokemon are anymore. And I missed, like, a couple of gens too. Like, I missed the Sun and Moon gen. I missed I just played Gen 4, because I had a Game Boy Advance SP, and then the Nintendo DS came out, and I never got a DS. So most of my experience with the Pokemon games are years later, on generally an emulator or if they remake it. And I played the remake for 4, and that was my first experience playing 4. And that's that. But I didn't play, and I watched Gen 5 be played all the way through. And Gen 6 was something. I forget what Gen 6 even was. But is that Black and White 2? Is that what Gen 6 technically is? I don't know. I can look that up. I have a computer that I'm doing this all on. Let's look it up. Generations of Pokemon. Don't just give me a full list of Pokemon, please. That would be very awful. Alright, so you got the red, green, blue, gold, silver, crystal, Gen 3. Gen 4 is diamond, pearl, black and white, and black and white 2. Oh, Gen 6 is X and Y. Okay, so I have seen people play X and Y. I never played Gen 7, and I watched the Game Grumps like quarter playthrough Sun and Moon. Like, that's it. And then I got back in on the Sword and Shield time because it was on Switch, and I got Shield. And that was like, that was my return to Pokemon from essentially not playing since Gen 3. But I have played Gen 4 and seen Gen 5 and 6 played through. And if you want to be real cool about it, I did play a bit of Alpha Sapphire, which is technically Gen 6. But let's get back to the tier list, right? Delibird. Delibird is Santa. I remember in the Pokemon Stadium 2 game, there was a Delibird game that was okay. It wasn't very fun, but it was a thing. So I will put Delibird at a high C tier. He's cool. Mantine, I have feelings about, because, that one's Mantine, right? Mantine? I had bad feelings towards manatees in particular because of, Crocodile Hunter being killed by one, and I was really sad about that. So, like, I wish it was better. You know? Like, I really do wish it was, not how it had gone down. But with all that said, I like it. It's a derpy face. C tier. Low C tier. I'll put Togetic even lower because I don't like Togetic, and I don't think it's as good as those guys. Next, I have Skarmory. Skarmory's cool. Skarmory is like when they start getting cool again with Pokemon. So Skarmory, I'm gonna put at a higher A because it's just a metal ass bird. Like, look at that. He's cool. You can't really, like, he's probably the coolest bird Pokemon up until, like, they really try hard, like with Corviknight. But that's like an overly designed Skarmory at that point, it feels. But Skarmory, the red on that silver wings, like just how dangerous that bird looks. Super rad. Next is Houndour and Houndoom. He has a mega form that I don't care about, but Houndour is what I wish Growlithe was in terms of like dog-esque. He's very dog. And Houndoom feels like the same thing. Like it just got bigger with horns. I like the devil aesthetic in particular. Which one do I like more in terms of the two of them, in terms, like, just saying, do I like the cool variant or essentially the cuter variant? Even though Houndour I don't really see as cute, mainly because the color palette makes it a little bit more drab. So I'm gonna put Houndoom above Houndour, and I'm gonna put him next to Typhlosion. Whereas I'm going to put Houndour not too significantly lower, but at the height of B. Feels about right. That feels good. Houndour, perfect. All right. Next we have Kingdra. Kingdra, I have weird feelings about Kingdra. I said earlier that I don't like Horsey, and I like Seadra a lot more than Horsey. I like Kingdra less than Seadra. It feels like he lost a lot of his edge in, like, what's the word? To like replace it with more of like an elegant feel to him. But he just gets like a really long, stupid Pinocchio nose that he shoots bubbles out of. Like Seadra, Seadra's like real. Where is he? Where did I put him? Yeah, he's got the same thing, but it's like a musket barrel kind of large. Like he's like really gonna blow a freaking bubble at you. Whereas Kingdra's like, oops, wrong button. Kingdra's more of like a, he's gonna shoot like peas at me. He's gonna shoot me with a spitball, and I don't really like that as much. But I don't think he's that bad. He's cool. He doesn't look stronger than Seadra, that's for sure, even though he's the evolution. So I'll put him above Delibird, but outside of that, I can't really think of better. Alright, next we got Phanpy. Phanpy is so cute. Up there with Ferret and Wooper and them. Like, Phanpy is so adorable. It has elephant noises as its cries. It's just a baby elephant as a Pokemon. And it's happy. It's happy-go-lucky elephant as a Pokemon. You can't really get too upset with that. Donphan, not as cute. I like the progression. He feels like an actual, like, upgrade. Like, this is Phanpy. Like, this is the dad of Phanpy. And that's good. Like, it feels like the dad of Phanpy should be pretty tough looking if Phanpy looks like that. It feels like there should be an in-between, but I'm not too mad that there isn't. So, even right there, Donphan, he's better than those two and that guy. I think Donphan is perfect in the low mid A range. Whereas Phanpy, so cute, high up there. Keeps my heart strong. So, with that, we have Phanpy done. Next, we have Porygon 2. With each Porygon variant, I like it more and more because they just get more and more epileptic seizure related. Like, that's just all it is. It gets more upgraded, and I know that Porygon Z is essentially just having a seizure as its regular movements, which is so funny when you think of like the history of Porygon in general and why there's a history of seizures behind him. Porygon 2, I like him significantly more than Porygon 1 in terms of design style. It feels like it can live in the world as like a type of duck. Porygon 1 didn't feel like a duck. This one feels more like a duck. So I will put him accordingly. Porygon 2, just because of the feeling of it, I will put him above Slugma, but B tier is probably as high as I want to even put him. Alright. Next, we have Stantler. Stantler, it's a reindeer. It's very weird that it doesn't really have anything to do with reindeer up until like that weird Legends Arceus game came out, and like gave him an evolution that you wrote on. I don't know. Stantler is an odd one for me. There's a lot of balls on this thing. Like, it's very bulbous in areas, like, almost unnecessarily so. And I know it's a design choice, so, like, I don't know how to feel about it. But, we will put him... Yeah, I think the balls really throw me off. I'm gonna put him next to Girafarig because they just kind of mesh together, it feels. So, high D tier for Stantler. Smeargle just being a posh Frenchman that just steals art. Hilarious. He's gonna go in A tier. I like Smeargle as a concept and as his design. I like his tail being a paintbrush and his little hat. Love that. Smeargle is... he's good. He's a good boy. Next we got Tyrogue, which is just a dude. Again, I don't like just humans chillaxing. He's close to F tier, just because of that. But, no, I'm gonna put him in F tier. Even though he's a baby variant, and most baby variants I'm down with, I don't like Tyrogue. He's too much of just a kid that you don't wanna... It's like Game Freak wants you to punt children or something. Or like, just something of that nature. I don't like it. It's like Machop. That's what I was going with. Machop doesn't feel very good like that. But, that's all I gotta say about Tyrogue. He's F tier. F tier, like, do better. Could have done better. Hitmontop. Hitmontop is cool. I like that he's spinning. I also think he's dumb because there's like two variants that I normally see of Hitmontop. One of him just always on his top like this, like he's always spinning upside down, or in like the games where he has like movement animation where he's just standing like a normal dude with like a sombrero essentially. Like he should always be spinning. Like, he should always just be spinning. These feet should never be hitting the ground. And for that reason, I'm gonna put him under what I would hope he would be at B tier. B tier is still good, but he could definitely have been better if he didn't have so many variants of him just standing normally with a hat. It's odd. Next we got Smoochum. Just by principle, this color palette is definitely better than what Jinx becomes. Smoochum is a better Pokemon design-wise, and I wish they would have started with this kind of thought process before they went into Jinx and all of its racist feels. But it's a baby. It's one of the cuter babies, and it's a little smoochy. We'll put him above Dunsparce. And that'll be that. Magby and Elekid. You know, again, with Electabuzz and Magmar, Magby in particular, I'm not a fan of. He looks dumb, and what he turns into isn't much better with Magmar. Like, this is supposed to be a duck, because Magmar is definitely a duck. But Elekid, I'm a lot more okay with, because he's got the plug for hair, and he's got, like, a lot going on for him. He's not very humanoid. He's very, like... he's very sprite. He's a little spirit character, almost. So, that brings him up a lot higher than his actual... evolved form. And I'm gonna put him... right around there. He's an A tier. He's definitely higher than a lot of the other Pokemon, just because he's actually feels like a good design. What he turns into, not so much. Electabuzz isn't too bad. Electivire is pretty cool, from what I've seen, but Elekid, you do good. Miltank, that's a cow with with a lot of nipples. Like the weird milk conspiracy with Pokemon. I don't like milk. Miltank is milk. I like cows because they're cute, and Miltank has a cute face. Like it's very chibi-esque face. It's nice. It's the emphasis on the udder always, I guess, because udders are generally all the same color, but the only thing they did was make the nipples a different color. So like, you have to look at it, and you have to pay attention to it. So that's where I get weirded out. Does anyone else feel that way? Because I'm not the only one that has thought that it's weird that the entirety of the udder isn't one color. Like it should be multiple colors, I feel. Like, or at least all one color. And then maybe a slightly darker pink for the actual tips of the udders if it really wanted it to be like that. But no. We got essentially a boob with 4 nipples. In a square formation. I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's a cow. We'll put it in C tier for cow. It's a cow. Alright, next is Blissey, and then we have a bunch of legendaries and pseudo-legends. Blissey is the better of design between it and Chansey, in my opinion. I like how it gets more dainty. I like how it gets more ballerina-esque. I like how it gets like a hairstyle. Chansey feels like almost older than Blissey, even though Blissey is the evolution. So like between the two, I like Blissey more. And I think B for Blissey is a good spot. We can't be doing that too much, but we can do what we can. Alright, next we got 4 are the legendary dogs. We got Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. Raikou he's very elegant. The one thing that I'm not a huge fan of is how, like, he just kind of looks like a saber-toothed tiger at that point. He's too close to something else to me. And it feels like they started with another design for something, and then they added on to it to make this Pokemon, instead of just, like, starting and making a Pokemon, I guess. I don't know what the template for Bayleaf was, but, or Chikorita. Chikorita is literally a leaf. Like, is this the Pokemon part? No, it's this. Where does that come in from this? You know? Like, that feels unique, technically, whereas this feels like it came from an animal and then they just put more stuff on it to make it look like a Pokemon. Like, this is a saber-toothed tiger that got painted and is wearing a cape and a mask. That's it. So with that, Raikou is probably going to be the weakest out of the 3. I like all 3, but I think Raikou is going to be... None of them are going to be lower than B, though. So I think Raikou's going to be in the B tier. Low B tier. Above these guys. He's cooler than these guys. But yeah, that's good. Alright, next is Entei. Entei is better, in my opinion, than Raikou. It doesn't feel like it started from like a specific animal and then went into something else. It feels generally unique, even though they're all supposed to be dogs in their own way, I believe. Entei is a lot more elegant looking than Raikou is, in my opinion. I remember the movie where he was like a dad. He was real chill in that. I'm gonna put Entei in the A tier, ahead of Typhlosion. So those two are next to each other. And then the next one is Suicune. And Suicune is goated. Suicune looks so good. The flowing purple, the blue, the string, it looks like a mystical creature. They all kind of look like a mystical creature, but Suicune looks like it is the leader of the bunch between the two. Raikou looks like it's out of the three, it's the rambunctious one. Entei looks like the mature one, and Suicune is like the elegant leader. You know? Like, that's how it feels. And I played Crystal version, so I definitely have like a bias towards Suicune, but I also have thought that this crystal thing on the front, kind of dumb. Don't understand it, but it kind of pulls it all together. I love Suicune's design. It just feels just right. It's good. And when I was a kid, I had no idea how to pronounce Suicune, which leads to some bad pronunciations like Suicune, which is very close to not being alive anymore kind of action. But I digress. We can move away from the dogs for now and move on to the Tyranitar line, or the Larvitar line. We have Larvitar. Larvitar, in my opinion, is an overly underly designed Pokemon, it feels. What I mean by that is, like, it has a lot of extras on it, but it doesn't feel like it has any, like, texture, I guess. It feels like there should be more things in between, like the really highly detailed things that it has on it. For Larvitar, I'm gonna put him, since he is still pretty cute in my opinion. This sprite doesn't do him very good justice, but like, he's still pretty cute. I'm gonna put him high B. Pupitar, that's an F tier Pokemon. It's like, I don't like it. Like, it's not Metapod. It doesn't need to be Metapod. There could have been a in-between. And even if there wasn't, it would have been fine if there wasn't an in-between. Like, Pupitar just feels so useless to, like, as an in-between. Like, I don't get why they put it in between. Like, Larvitar to Tyranitar looks like it can work like that. Pupitar just feels unnecessary in between the two. Pupitar, it's a poop Pokemon. It's not good. Tyranitar is Godzilla. Like, just straight up, which is pretty rad. So he gets to be up there in the S tier. The lowest of the S tier, though. And if he says anything about it, it's gonna be going down. Alright. The three legendaries from Gen 2 are pretty lame in comparison to their dog counterparts, if I'm being honest. But Lugia in Pokemon 2000 is cool. Like, he's confusing as a design, or they're confusing as a design, because, like, why the hand wings? Why the finger wings? That doesn't feel right. Like, it's just wrong, man. It doesn't need to have hands for wings. Oh, hello, calculator. Like, that's just dumb. Am I alone there? Like, some of my favorite, like, what's it called? Some of my favorite, like, joke arts for Pokemon have to do with, like, Lugia having, like, hyper-realistic dude hands. So it's just like, whatever. He's something. I don't know what Lugia is supposed to be. A dragon? Is that what he's supposed to be? I have no I have no like idea what he's supposed to actually represent or be. It's just I don't know. Like what is let me look up his thing. 40-day storms by flapping its wings so it remains in the sea to avoid causing damage. Okay. It was designed solely for the movie 2000 and was expressed surprise that the creature was later featured in the video games and TV show. Uh-huh. Right. Oh my god, there's like a really long like wiki article about how much Lugia really screwed up this dude's life. That people can be different and yet coexist without resorting to conflict. He showed overwhelming regret that he allowed Lugia to be voiced by a man, considering Lugia, the creator of all life on Earth, to be a maternal Pokemon, stating that it was too late we couldn't suddenly change Lugia into a female. The change was so significant to him that it made him start, quote, gulping down alcohol and drugs, and, quote, feel like he wanted to die. During the final few years of his life, he became obsessed with Lugia. Oh my god. What? Oh my goodness. The head writer had problems with Lugia. I had no idea. That's horrifying. Yeah, B tier. This Pokemon killed the dude apparently because of gender dysphoria. What the hell? Anyways, Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh's cool. He's a big chicken rainbow bird, but with only like 3 colors. He's supposed to be the rainbow Pokemon, but he doesn't even have blue. What the hell? Yeah, but he's definitely an A tier. He's next to Skarmory in terms of like quality of Pokemon. I like the amount of feathering they did for him to really make him different between everyone. But yeah, I still caught up on Lugia, essentially killing a dude. Good god. Anyways, last Pokemon for Gen 2 I'm going for is Celebi. Celebi is cute. It's a little onion. It's a green onion thing. He's alright. Like, he's not as cute as most of the babies, but he's definitely like not too humanoid, just a little sprite creature. Could be real instead of being a Pokemon kind of deal. Probably the lowest tier of A, or a little bit above Smeargle. Alright. And that's it. That is my tier list for Gen 2 in particular. Chikorita, by far the best Pokemon of all time. All time, actually. There's no denying that it is better than literally everything else, and I can't hear anything else in terms of opinions, so don't you worry. Everyone will know. But, yep, that's Gen 2. I think I have enough in me to do Gen 3, but give me 1 second as I set that up. Hey, if you had no idea that I was actually a Chikorita fan, I don't know how you couldn't think that. Let's see here. Oh boy. Man. I haven't played Gen 3 in so long, I hope I can remember most of the names. Ooh, am I gonna be a fake Pokemon fan here? Alright. Oops, wrong button. Oops, wrong button. Oops, right button. Alright. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Alright, there's not as many tiers in this one. So let's fix that real quick. Add a row below. F. Gray. And then, you know, that's probably good. We don't need too many tiers. I only made another tier so that everyone would know that Trikyee is the best. Okay, so let's begin with Gen 3 now. Starting off, Trikyee. Trikyee is very, very cute, and I like his cooler design. Gen 3 was technically like the last... Oh, that's what I can do. I can add a... Ooh, God. I can add a... Mega tier. Because Megas are useless to me right now, because I don't care. Let's make it pink, because Megas aren't. Let's put all these guys in here. I will say that Mega Swampert is probably like the dumbest of all three of them, in my opinion. He's just... Do I feel he's the dumbest or do I feel he's the coolest because his arms are absolutely massive? Hard to say. But it's hard to look at him a little bit. Only now am I realizing how many like actual Mega forms that Gen 3 actually got. I was almost thinking that they were... what's the word? I almost thought that Gen 3 was neglected in that sense, but now that I'm looking at it, there is a lot of Megas for Gen 3. No Primal Mega Rayquaza is like the best Pokemon of all time. What? That's supposed to be like Mega Latu? I didn't even know there was a Mega between. Anyways, all 4 variants of that. Okay. Oh, that is a Mega. Sharpedo Mega, Sharpedo. That's something. They should have made a Mega Warlord or Whale Lord. That would have been so funny. Is that a Mega Absol? How many Megas were in Gen 3? Goodness gracious. Where's Mega Salamence? Is that the one they forgot? Is Mega Salamence? Did I already put it up here? No. That's weird. Oh. Okay. Back to what I was saying. Trikyee. Alright, let's put all these guys here. All 3 of them are definitely like that level. They're all great starters. Like Mudkip is my favorite, Torchic is a second, and Trikyee is a third. They're all great designs in their own right. Grovyle is pretty cool. He definitely feels like a solid upgrade from Trikyee in terms of like evolution tree. The movement from Grovyle to Sceptile is a little bit off, but I can see it when I see Trikyee into Grovyle into Sceptile, so it just kind of flows right. So for Grovyle, I'm going to put at an A tier because he is cool. I like how cool he is, and he's definitely on the good list. Sceptile, actually, out of all of them, is probably my least favorite. Ooh, my voice cracked there. Least favorite in terms of like design, color, and feel to all the Pokemon. Sceptile, I like him, but he wasn't my first of the three. Mudkip to Swampert was my first, but I have played all of the Gen 3 starters up until their level 100 naturally. So there is that in terms of if you need any credential for my gameplay. Sceptile, he's still in the A tier, and I don't think any of these guys except for these guys are going to be outside of that. Alright, next is Combuskin. Combuskin, it's hard because I'm aware that Gen 3, I don't remember liking the designs nearly as much, even though it's probably my most played gen. There's like a lot of... Oh, that is a mega. There's a lot of like humanoid creatures again. Not nearly as bad, but like I'll probably know what I'm talking about more once I like get more through this list, but I feel like Combuskin, even though I wouldn't put it as high if it was on a different generations list, this one I'm still gonna keep in the A tier just for that. Blaziken, I'm gonna put at the S tier because Blaziken is just cool. First Fighting Fire, just a good design. I really liked how it went into that. Kind of, it feels like it progresses correctly as well. I wish Charizard went into this red instead of going into his weird orange, like his Charmander form again. I like that they embraced the orange, or the red and orange on this one, red, yellow on this one. Alright. Blaziken, S tier, doesn't feel too hard to put him there. Higher than those two. Next is Marshtomp, and by far the weakest of like the evolution lines of all of them, I would say. Marshtomp is just... he's not very interesting. He's still got hard dirt from Mudkip. Mudkip is by far my favorite of the starters' base forms, their first forms. But he loses a lot of saturation, which I don't like. It's that blue, like that sky blue-esque that I'm not a huge fan of. And he doesn't have like the right orange for it either. It just doesn't hit right. Still an A, but he might move down based on like how far this list gets in terms of like depth. Next we have Swampert. Swampert is an S tier. He is so cool. I like just how his design turns out. I don't get how Swampert gets turned in, or Marshtomp gets turned into Swampert between these two, but like he's definitely cool. I like how it all works out in the end for him. He's a big mud boy. Mudkip and then Mudman. Alright, and that's the starters for that one. Next, we have the next line of Gen 3s. First is Poochyena and Mightyena. I like the dogs. These guys are little tiny wolves. Between the two, I think Poochyena is better, and I'll put him at a C tier. But Mightyena, I'm not a huge fan of. He seems just... he's supposed to be like kind of hyena-esque, but he's like really, like, his body typing is just not right for me. And that's usually how it is in these kinds of situations. Just not great. Not at the level of it being like F tier. That's a disgrace. Let me find the first one of those that I can think of. Alright. Out of all of these, which would I put as F tier Pokemon in particular? Azurill, probably. Azuril's pretty... I don't like Azurill. It's pretty lame. Nuzleaf gets me all messed up. Barboach and Whiscash is something that I'm much happier about when it comes to the fish turning into something else. Like, the Remoraid to Octillery, that messes me up. But these two feel like they can actually come from each other in that sense. And this... it looks more Pokemon than Remoraid does. But anyways, instead of trying to find more F tiers, let's just... I just don't want to deal with these guys. Azurill's not even water type. You know? Like, what is the point of this character in general? I don't like it. Like, what? They don't use the tail anywhere near like how they did before. So like, it feels like just a wasted Pokemon. And Nuzleaf is just not... Why does he have thigh balls? Thigh testes. Like, that doesn't jive right with me. I don't like it. You're weird. But next, we have Zigzagoon and Linoone. Zigzagoon's very cute. I like him. He looks very spiky, but I would hope he was very soft. Linoone is like in the same category, though I wish Linoone looked a lot more like Ferret, in the sense that Ferret looks very like approachable, and Linoone looks like it could possibly be poisonous and bite you. But that's all I gotta say about those guys. I was never able to like really tell between Silcoon and Cascoon in particular, but we got Wurmple. It's a worm. Yeah, D tier. D tier worm. It's a worm. As a concept, I like them both together as C tier. But as Pokemon, I don't like Beautyfly, and Dustox isn't much better in terms of their ending goals between it all. I like the difference between these two of being Silk and then Cask. But Beautyfly isn't beautiful. These colors don't feel like they are beautiful. Dustox is like a moth, but he's very colorful. I don't get why his colors aren't on him. I feel like they would be way better, like if their color palette swapped between the two. Maybe that's like the point and I'm missing it, but like, why? Why you call it beautiful when it's like its color palette makes me feel like I peed blood a little bit? Doesn't make sense. Ugh, that's enough of that rant. Next we got the Lotad and that line. Hold, let me just get my Pokemon stuff out. With Lotad in particular, he's very cute. His dish on top, like, blocks most features, and he's very flat as a character. He's cute. I don't like how Lombre, I think his name is, right? The Lombre gets has like the same hat, but like worse, and just gains stuff. Like this line, these two are not fun, and then there's Ludicolo, who's like high level fun. Ludicolo, definitely S tier. Love the goofiness of all of that. He's amazing. Ludicolo, never change. But Lombre and Lotad are kind of weak to me. I'm gonna put Lotad on the low D and Lombre even less. Nah. Okay, next we got Seedot, and I already put Nuzleaf in what's it called, an F tier. C dot I like better. He's a lot cuter. He feels not nearly as I like the lack of detail on him. Gives him more personality. Just because he's a seed, you know? He doesn't have a whole lot yet. Nuzleaf has too much personality, and he's like just a dude with he's a ball sack. That's all he is, man. He's a ball sack with a leaf on top. Don't like it. And then there's Shifttree, which is like a tree ninja in a sense. He reminds me of like those samurai movies where there's like ninja or another boss samurai that has like a flowing wolf mane in that sense. I'm into that. I would put him at a high B tier for the coolness factor of it all. Alright, next we have Talo and Swellow. Talo I like more than Swellow, but they're both pretty similar in that sense. Swellow's kind of got its own like charm. It almost has like a gendered charm in its sense. Whereas Talo's just like kind of a derp. And I like a good derp. I'll put you there and put Swellow. I don't know. I like the elegance maybe a little bit more. Derp is good, but elegance is even better. Alright, next we have Wingull, and then we have Pelipper. I'm not a huge fan of Wingull. I don't like that its arms are always out like that. Seems kind of like a nuisance. You'll be there. Pelipper, on the other hand, it's creepy to me for some reason. Like, Pelipper, like, gives me the heebie-jeebies, but even so, I like the design enough of it to give him at least a low B between it all. Higher than these guys, because he's just so unique in that sense. Alright, next we got the Routes line. Routes, I think, is very cute. We'll put them at A, underneath the starters, because they're not that cute. We have Curlia, which is a teenage girl, and I'm gonna put that at a B tier. I'm not really into ballerina-esque like that. In terms of like design-wise, it's starting to get a little too human in that way, but still kind of like a robotic look to it, so I'm okay with it barely. And then there's Gardevoir, who's just Gardevoir in that sense. I'm having a hard time wanting to put them at the same level as those guys at S tier, so I'm going to put them at the highest of A tier. But if it ends up not feeling right, I am going to bump it up. Because Gardevoir is a great Pokemon design-wise, it looks very elegant. I don't understand the red all the way through, just because, like, there was one there. Why did it have to go, like, right through the chest? It could have just been through the head again. Anyways, it's Gardevoir. Gardevoir is a wonderful thing. Surskit's very cute. It'll also be... It's above Routes in cuteness, and it's above that guy in cuteness too, Marshtomp. Like, there's this one meme, or this one video. It's like, alright, go get him, Surskit! Ah! All it does is say, ah. Doesn't even say Surskit. Ah! Yeah, and that was always very cute to me, so I'm fine with Surskit being in the high, the mid to low A's. But Masquerain, I don't know. I feel like the colors on it are nice, but Surskit doesn't feel like it should turn into this. And with that, I'm going to put it at a low C, because I'm not a huge fan of it in general. Alright, we got Shroomish and we got Breloom. Shroomish, he always looks like a little upset. I remember he had like a frown or a sad face in the third gen. He's just a little shroom that's like a ball that throws spores out. He doesn't have a whole lot of personality, so like it's hard for me to give a whole lot with it. So I do like that he's just a little ball that has like a sadder face on it, but I'm gonna make that like a low C that could possibly go down to D if it warrants that kind of stuff. Breloom, on the other hand, is a lot better. He's got like just definitely a design hop in comparison between Shroomish, but I also don't understand how it turns into it. So with Breloom, I'm gonna put it at a high B tier, probably at the top. I like that it's fighting, I like its tail. I don't understand where it all comes from, but it probably does make sense if I were to like look at it long enough. Next, we got the Slackoth line. Slackoth is very, very cute and very, very sedentary, and I live that life, but I feel like other Pokemon do it better. A tier, low. Vigoroth is fun, happy-go-lucky. I like it. He's cool. I'm gonna put him in C tier for Vigoroth, but Slaking is just a fat dude laying down. This is a fat dude horizontal, and I don't like it. I'm gonna put Slaking at F tier, just for that feeling of this could just be someone's creepy fat uncle that's just laying down in the living room. And there's nothing you can, like, shirtless, and there's nothing you can do about it. So, he's the shirtless uncle, and I'm not a fan. Alright, next we have Nincanda line. They're bugs. It starts off not very interesting, so I'll put him at D, but Ninjask and Shedinja are way cooler of, like, designs. If I were to choose between the two, I would pick Shedinja over it, just because Shedinja's like a ghost, essentially. And Ninjask is like a race car bug, I guess, if that makes sense, but it's not even steel type. Like, that makes sense. But it's not going to be too far down. I'm going to put Ninjask at a B tier. Mid B. Alright, next we have Whismur, Loudred, and Exploud. Whismur, I like the... Whoa, what was that? My cat just like jumped at something. I gotta check that real quick. 1 second, I'll be back. Well, I didn't say anything, so it could have been anything. Where was I? Whismur. I like the concept of it being just a whisper, then it gets louder and louder. But it's kind of cute, though I see it as just like an annoying baby for some reason. I'm gonna put it at C tier, and each one gets worse and worse from there. I do enjoy that the ears on Loudred are speakers more than I do care about Exploud having a freaking gaping mouth. An absolute maw of a mouth. But I'm gonna put Loudred at a high D, whereas Exploud will be mid D between it all. And that feels okay. Next, we have Makuhita and Hariyama. Akihita is a fighting trash bag boy. He's just a little chunky man. Like they got the Brock eyes going real good. But he's not very interesting if I'm being honest. I will put him at a low C tier, or I guess mid C tier where we currently are, just because there's not much there yet. But next would be Hariyama, and I find Hariyama better in design. I like the sumo nature of it all. Boy's got absolute claws for hands. So I will put him above Shiftry and above Breloom. That feels good. Nose Pass. If it wasn't so funny, this would also be an F tier, because this is stupid. But since it's just kind of like a compass rock, I'm gonna put it at a D, just because the nose is funny. Alright, next we got Skitty and Delcatty. I don't like that this is supposed to be a cat, so since it doesn't feel like it has a good design as a cat, I'm gonna put it down to a low C tier. But Skitty, since it doesn't really have anything to do other than its small kitty, pink, he will be on the low end of B. Not cute enough for me to care. I can see why Sableye and Mawile are their own things. They're cool, I guess. Like Sableye being like mostly like gemstone and stuff, or like it's darkness and gemstones put together. That's cool, but I'm not gonna put it above C. And Mawile I like more because I like the hair being like just a big mouth, whereas it's like just like a standard child with a dress. But I'm gonna keep it within the B tier again and keep it in the mid range. Alright, got the Aron line. Aron, I'm gonna put at S tier because he's a cute lad. I love the blue piercing eye. Always good. Love the design of Aron. It feels right. I don't entirely like the other two though. Lairon and Aggron definitely feel like, I would say, lower quality, whereas Lairon is, I'm gonna put down to D, whereas Aggron is cool enough in the sense like he's like a big metal dinosaur kind of. He looks kind of like Kangaskhan without the kid almost to me, but I'm gonna put him in a mid to high B. Like that feels good for them. Alright, next we got Meditite and Medicham. These two are two Pokemon that I didn't generally get because the 3rd gen game that I had played first was Emerald, and I don't believe you can get them without trading. And Meditite, I like the blue on him, but he wasn't very like interesting to me. He just, it's very humanoid, and I'm not always interested in that kind of concept. And in this particular instance, I am not. But I will put him at C because he's not that bad of a design or anything. And Medicham, I'm not gonna really do a whole lot more to that. It feels a little bit better. I'll put him a couple tiers above that. Alright, next is Electrike and Manectric. I don't understand why making more lightning dogs, but they keep doing it, and this is not the beginning of it either. But Electrike, the green and yellow isn't a color palette that I liked. It feels like the wrong green to the yellow, and I'm gonna put him in D tier in particular. It's not very fun for me. And Manectric, I actually like the color palette a little bit more, but it still feels like low effort dog creation. He'll be in mid C, but he won't be very like stable there, I don't think. You might get lowered over time. Plusle and Minun, and then Volbeat and Illumise. The red and blue and the red and purple. Plusle and Minus, they have to be together as a team, essentially because they're the same, but palette swapped. Concept, like them. I'll put them in B tier, mid B tier. Next is Volbeat and Illumise. I don't really like them very much, mainly because Volbeat feels like it was supposed to be more towards like Ladybug, but they already have Ladybug Pokemon, so it's like a waste of a spot. And Illumise was just like tacked on because Volbeat was made. Even if Illumise was made, if that's how you're supposed to say it, was made second or first, and then they made Volbeat, it still feels like an afterthought Pokemon, and I don't really like it in that sense. They do that a lot with like specifically gendering the Pokemon in specific ways. Like I'm pretty sure Volbeat's like always male and Illumise is always female, so like when they, it's just a random, but like it feels like they made one and then they automatically had a second one on deck. And I'm not always a huge fan of when they do stuff like that. So with this one, in comparison, I'm going to put them in D tier because I don't really like them very much. And like Volbeat feels like it's just Ladybug, but worse. Alright, next we have is Roselia. Roselia is a very cool Pokemon. I like the design quite a bit. It's very elegant. The roses being a different color each and how it uses it as weapons. Very cool. We'll keep that in the mid-A range. I like Roselia. Hey. Cats are just being weird. Alright, next we have Gulpin and Swalot. I don't like Swalot at all. You get to be F tier. But Gulpin is cute. Gulpin is a little cute boy that can get very large mouth boy. Swalot is a creepy man that does the same thing. So Gulpin I'll put actually in a mid B tier because I do like the concept of him. Just a little tiny man. Alright. Carvanha and Sharpedo. Sharpedo, just as a concept, is hilarious to me, which gives him an automatic B tier. Carvanha is a fish that looks mean. Not very interesting to me. I like his evolution a lot more. It's a lot more distinguished. Carvanha's just a fish. It's supposed to be like a piranha, I guess. But even so, not very memorable. Whereas Sharpedo, that's a shark torpedo. Come on. Alright, next is Wailmer and Wailord. Wailmer is going to get a hilarious A tier, whereas Wailord is going to get a hilarious S tier. I love the concept of a Pokemon that is a whale, and the fact that it's not a very good Pokemon in general, even though it is a whale, is also really funny to me. So that's that for those two. Even S tier is great. A tier, I would put him actually lower if he was not as derpy, but he is very derpy, like his Wailord part, so he gets to stay where he is. Next we got Numel and Camerupt. Numel is just like a real chill dude with no volcanoes on his back. He's just a little mountain boy. It looks like he's generally cute. He doesn't feel like he is a type of anything, even though he is fire in a sense. Like he's a fire type. And Camerupt, definitely way more of a fire type look than he is. Between the two, I like Numel more, but I'm not going to separate their tiers very far. So I'm going to put Camerupt right next to him. Right, next is Torkoal. Torkoal is a turtle that shoots mushroom clouds of smoke. And it's funny, because it's all through its nose. A single soda plastic wrap, and it is done. Soda ring, you are done, Torkoal. But he is a classic and easy A tier. Not a problem. Alright, next we have Spoink and Grumpig. Spoink is cute. It's a little springy pig. I'm not going to put him in S tier, but he's top of A tier for now. Like, I love Spoink. He is a very cute man. I like how he moves. Grumpig is a significant downgrade, in my opinion. Like, he loses like all cute factor and just turns into like a weird, like purple and black pig that stands, but it still has like the corkscrew tail. I don't know. Spoink feels like it should have just been by itself or something. But he's gonna go in low C tier. Just not it. And then there's Spinda. Spinda has like a trillion different patterns that it could possibly be, or something like that. And it's a spun around teddy bear, I guess. If I'm remembering correctly, it's odd. It's just a confused little thing. There was like an entire ash area of it. Like that's all it lived, was like in the ashy areas of that game. So Spinda, you get to be where you are. But next we have the Trapinch line. Trapinch, I like Trapinch up quite a bit. I'm gonna put him in the A tier because he's just a very cute lad. Vibrava, I'm gonna put in the C tier because it doesn't make sense where Vibrava goes or comes from in terms of like Trapinch, then Vibrava does not compute to me. Flygon, however, is a cool ass Pokemon, and I'm gonna put him second to S. Flygon is a very, very cool concept for the Pokemon. I like the red goggles essentially he has. Like Trapinch, I don't get how that turns into that. It's this variant that really screws me up. I can see how Vibrava goes into Flygon, but like it's not right, you know? It's like there's something missing there. If you were green somewhere, it would make more sense. Or the same type of red. But you're not. Alright, next we have Cacnea and Cacturn. Cacnea is like, it was very obvious, you know? Like they had to make a cactus Pokemon. And it feels like they did exactly what they wanted to do. Though it doesn't look like the design team worked very hard on Cacturn in particular. You know? So like, Cacnea, as a design itself, cute. I will put it on the same level as C-Dot because it's like the same level of cute in a way for me. But Cacturn, I think being in D is a solid place for it. It feels like just a lazy Gumby design in a way. Like a spiky Gumby. It's like, eh. It's like a scarecrow plus a cactus put together. Yeah, it just doesn't hit right with me. Could be better. Alright, next we have the Swablu line with Swablu and Altaria. Swablu, very, very cute. Not S tier cute, but cusp A tier cute for sure. And Altaria, I'm not going to put much lower, but it is going to be a tier lower at B tier. They're pretty similar, but Altaria feels like it missed an opportunity to keep a lot of its cuteness when it evolved, whereas Swablu is just adorable. Alright, next we have Zangoose and Seviper. These Zangoose in particular is... I'm going to put him in D tier because people think he's cool, and I don't. I don't see what's cool about him, I guess, when there's all the other Pokemon that are like him, I guess. Now, Seviper is way cooler is a snake Pokemon in particular. Like, out of all the snakes, Seviper is the one that I remember the most. And I'm definitely cool with that because he has a cool machete-esque blade in his tail. It's like a actual viper, very poisonous looking. Like, good. That's what it should look dangerous, and it is. So, Seviper is a good one. Alright, we got Lunatone and Solrock. These Pokemon are dumb. It's a Moon Rock and a Sun Rock. F tier. What is the point? Actually, no, I like the sun better than the moon. But, like, these Pokemon are just... That is low effort. Like, so low effort. It's insultingly low effort, it feels. But the Rock Psychic line is always just gonna have weird stuff like that. Alright, now we're here. Barboach and Whiscash. I am in a fairly similar position with Barboach being just a fish, but he has little lips and an actual, like, lightning pattern on him, which gives, like, a little bit of, like, thought that he might have lightning attacks later. And even though they're both ground, I believe, like water ground. But with Barboach, I'm gonna put him in low C, and Whiscash, I like the derpy nature of, like, the catfish face. I'm gonna put him in a low B. And that's pretty fair. Alright, next we got Corphish and Crawdaunt, and Corphish is Krabby plus Lobster. And Crawdaunt is Krabby plus Lobster plus Staryu. And I don't really like either of them. I remember Corphish from the anime was like a character, but didn't really hit with me, so he goes there. And Crawdaunt is worse in my head, but I'm not going to put him at F tier with, like, those guys. Okay, next we have Baltoy and Claydol. Baltoy is cool that he's just essentially a top that actually spins, unlike Hitmontop for some reason. But he's cool. I like him. Like a good psychic ground. It's pretty it makes sense. And then Claydol is like that, but like biblical angel-esque. So I will put Claydol at C as well as Baltoy at C. But Claydol a little bit better just because you gotta dig that the billion eyes thing. Alright, we got Lileep and Cradilly. I'm not a huge fan. Lileep is... It's that darkness with just the eyes thing again. Except this time it's a plant. We'll say mid... Above those two, D tier. And with Cradilly, it makes less sense as a Pokemon, but like... Or it makes less sense as like a sentient being, but it's still a Pokemon to me. So it's better than Lileep, and I can put that by putting C for Cradilly. Alright, next would be Anorith, which is, what's it called? Armaldo, I think? Armaldo's thing. This is lame, low D for them, and then Armaldo is a low C. Lo siento. Just not a whole lot interesting in him about me. I mean, he's got like all the metally looking stuff going on him, but he's not metal. He is like bug and ground type. It's not very once you know that, it just doesn't hit right, I guess. But next is Feebas and Milotic. Feebas is no near as cool as Magikarp is in terms of like how the design is. He's supposed to look ugly, which he does. And the more like pretty you make him, the more likely he is to level up or something of the sort. You gotta get like high friendship with him. But for Feebas, I'm gonna put him down at C. But Milotic, I'm gonna bump them all the way up to A because they are just so elegant, and I love the color palette that goes through Milotic as well. The scales, the tail, very good stuff. Alright, I got all the cast forms. Let's only put one in, I guess, because I have no opinion on all of the cast forms. The Pokemon itself is lame. Let's just put them all in F tier, because, you know, cast form kind of sucks. And there's Kecleon, which I like his concept a lot more. He's just a guy that blends in. I would put Kecleon at B tier, a little bit higher of B tier. Alright, next we have Shuppet. This is what I was talking about before with like really lazy levels of design. Misdreavus is significantly better than Shuppet, but like it needs better eyes, even though it's obvious that they worked on the eyes in particular to get it like really noticeable. It needs just something about its eyes to be more noticeable. And so Shuppet, it gets a real low D tier for sure. And Bayonet is a garbage design for a Pokemon. I don't like it. It's like it doesn't make sense where Shuppet comes from. It probably does like in a lore sense, but like I don't understand the thought process behind it. So it's gonna be high F. Alright, next we have Dusclops and Duskull. Duskull is so cool. I like the skull ghost, and he is close to me to being S. If only Dusclops and Dusknoir didn't exist, I think Duskull would be a lot cooler. Because Dusclops and Dusknoir are very not cool to me. He's in his own way a level of scary, with just like the Cyclops eye and the hands coming at you like he's about to squeeze your chest or something. Not cool. Like just D for Defender. Next, we got Tropius. It's a tropical tree with legs. It looks a lot like Meganium in like the worst way. Low D, but very close to slapping that into F. Would slap Dusclops into F as well, but I'm not going to change that much. Next we got Chimecho and then Absol. Chimecho is cute. I like how cute they are. They can get as high as B tier for me, because that is as high as cuteness will go. Absol. Absol is supposed to be like hard-coded as a cool character, essentially. It feels very like Sasuke of an animal. Very tsundere in general. I don't know. Absol, it feels like targeted, and I wasn't hit, so it's hard to put it past C, but I'm gonna put it in a low B. And that feels okay. Next we have is Why Not? Hilarious concept. Putting that in S tier. Why Not is hilarious. Alright. Next we have Snorunt and Glalie. We're getting pretty close to the end here now. Snorunt, I like how he's like a shivering boy all times, and I'm down with that. Glalie looks creepy, but I like the piercing blue eyes, so I will put him next to Feebas. But Snorunt is very comfortably in high B, I would say. Just a very cute little lad that's just trying. He's trying his best. Alright, next we have Spheal. Spheal is awesome. It's what Seal should have been, to be honest. Like, just a rotund seal. That's all it is. And then it goes downhill from there. Because Celio is like sea lion and not good. And then Walrein comes out a little bit after, and kind of improves on it, but also makes it like the most aggressive looking Pokemon that came from one of the least aggressive Pokemon. So they're both going to be in D tier, but Walrein's going to be at the top of it. Alright, next we have Clamperl, Huntail, and Gorobus, and Relicanth. I don't really have much of opinion on Clamperl other than like, whatever. I guess it's the Pearl that's the Pokemon. Huntail and Gorobus are like the same thing, but Huntail's color palette is off for me. It's not the right orange and blue for me to like it. I'm going to put him in C tier, whereas I'm going to put Gorobus in B tier. Relicanth looks weird. I'm not a huge fan of how you need to use him to get like the Regis, but he's the only reason. That's the only reason why I ever get a Relicanth is because of the Regis stuff. So C tier. Love Disc. I'm not about it, but I'm not about to shame love too much. D. All right, now we're really getting into the high levels of the stuff here, and after this I think I'm gonna go and finish up my editing for stuff. But we'll start with the Bagon line. Bagon, he is awesome. I like the concept of a guy that jumps off things enough so that he can try to learn to fly. You get a high A tier, sir. You got a thick skull for it as well. Alright, Shelgon doesn't make any sense. Like, how does he get to that? How does Shelgon get to Salamence? Why is there a middle in between? Like, I don't know. It's not good. But it's not the worst I've seen either. So we're gonna put him at a low C tier. Like real low. That feels good. And Salamence is cool. Like actually a good Pokemon and cool. And he's gonna go in S tier. I should drop someone down from S tier. It's gonna be Torchic, because I don't like Torchic nearly as much as that. Torchic is gonna go down to A tier, but Blaziken's gonna stay at the top. Can't change that. Okay. Next we have what's going on? Next we have the Beldum line to Metagross. Beldum, fact that he can only learn Takedown and he's just like a floating screw. Funny, but middle C tier. Metang, significant improvement. I'm gonna put him up to B tier. He's gonna stay there at B tier. You know what? low A tier. But Metagross is going to go to S tier. Metagross deserves to be at S tier. Also, Trico should be down here as well. None of the Trico line make it to S tier for me, to be honest. And I'm not sorry about it. But with that, we got a little bit more to go here. Just a little bit more to go. Now we have the Reggies. Regirock, Regice, and Registeel. Regirock, I like the concepts of all of the Reggies, and I will keep them all above D tier for that. Regirock, I think, is the lowest of all of them, so I'm going to put him in about the middle. Maybe a little bit higher, C tier. He's just not as cool as the other two. Next I'll talk about is Registeel. Registeel is like a bit of a jump up between the two, and I like the rotundness, and I like how his arms are a lot more like looking like they're gonna be used in comparison to the other two. Like he has like real articulating fingers with like magic carpet arms, essentially. And then there's Regice. Regice, in my opinion, is the coolest of the three. Huh. Pun intended. But still in like a high A tier in that sense. I like Regice's like whole design. I also like how it all just kind of flows together with the Reggies just being one tier below each other in a sense. Okay. Latias and Latios. I watched the Pokemon movie where one of these two sacrifice themselves and one of these two kisses Ash on the lips and then doesn't say anything. That was weird. But for that, I like Latias and Latios design-wise. They're both gonna go quite high up as well. I'm gonna put them in A tier for both of them. Very good. Next we got Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza. I'm gonna do all three of them at once because all three of them are going to S tier, with Rayquaza being right in the middle, right there. When they go up against each other, this is what happens. He always wins. Next is Jirachi. Interesting. Anyways, Jirachi, I'm gonna put pretty high up. I like it the most out of the like the fairy type ones, or not fairies, like the little spirit type. Even so, I'm gonna put it at a low S. I will put it up to S for Jirachi. Alright. I think I know all of the forms for Deoxys. This is just Deoxys Standard, I believe. And Deoxys Standard is the most bland of them all, but even so, he's probably one of the most designed Pokemon that I've seen in a long time. So, he's like an alien virus or something like that. It's crazy. So, for now, I'll put him at the lowest B. I believe this is Deoxys Attack. He looks worse, in my opinion, than Deoxys Normal, but he will be leading the C tier. My favorite out of Deoxys Fast and Deoxys Defense, or Deoxys Speed and Deoxys Defense, I think it's called, is that I like Defense's design quite a bit. He's just a chunky man, so that equivalence to him being higher in defense. And that feels good. It's just a defensive lad. And then speed, I think, is my least favorite out of all of them. Ending it up at the bottom of C tier. And that's it. That is my Gen 3. That is my Gen 3 tier list for myself. Huh. That is all of it, too. I was planning on this being like kind of a short stream, but it almost ended up being another 4 or 5 hours. But with that, I hope I can make a couple videos out of this and it'll be pretty cool. So I hope everyone stay tuned with that, because I'm gonna be logging off now. I hope everyone who stopped by enjoyed themselves, and I'm gonna be out for like a week from now, so it's gonna be just videos for the next week. I'm not gonna be live streaming for a while. But with that, I will catch you guys later, and look out for the videos I'm about to put out. Bye!